right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Hope you've had a good morning so far. As I told you yesterday, we'll go through today. I know somebody has to leave 4:30-ish. We'll go through about that time. And I will give you a lunch break. Any other breaks, you let me know. Where we last left off, defense, your case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Angelos Meladu.
You've already been sworn. Can you just introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I'm Angelos Alejandro, and it's spelled Angelos Leiloglu.
Right. Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, is it okay if I just call you Angelos?
That's totally fine.
Okay. So I don't have to say Leiloglu.
That's right.
All right, thank you. All right. Could you tell us what you do for a living, please?
So I'm a 3D forensic analyst, and I consult on trial court cases.
How long have you been a 3D forensic analyst?
I've been doing it for about 2 decades now, 20 years.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what you went to school for?
I went to school for architecture. My background is in architecture. I got a bachelor's of environmental design from Texas A&M University, and then I went on and got a master's in architecture from Texas A&M University.
And with an architecture degree, what made you go into this 3D forensic world?
So a lot of the things that we learn and study in architecture, 3D modeling, design, anything from any kind of science, physics, and so forth, we learn, and we can apply that to this field of forensics. And I just met an engineer who is a testifying expert, safety engineer at A&M. He saw what I could do. He asked me to do some work for him, and I kind of changed paths.
Okay. Do you hold any professional affiliations or certifications?
I have certification in Axon Investigate, which is the people who make the body-worn cameras, how to look at the cameras, how to measure things on the camera as well.
Any other?
I've got a FAA certification to fly a drone commercially.
Okay. What about professional affiliation?
Sure, yeah, there's plenty of those. Member of National Association of Forensic Engineers. There's others on the list. There's some photogrammetry ones as well. You can look on the list if you want.
And we don't have to go through them, but just for the jury to understand, have you written and been published in any scholarly articles on the subject that we're talking about?
Yes, I've published about 8 papers with National Association of Forensic Engineers, presented those to them as well as at conferences.
Moving next to the science behind what you do. Have you prepared a PowerPoint prior to today's hearing to help the jury to understand the science of 3D photogrammetry and how it might apply to a case like this in reconstructing a scene?
Yes, I have.
And would it assist these fine folks in understanding the spectrograph and the 3D photogrammetry and how you go about applying the science to the facts of an actual case?
I believe it would.
Okay. Are these reliable scientific principles?
Yes, these have been around for a long time, and there's peer-reviewed papers that go over this methodology as well.
Longer than 800 days?
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. And then, did you have sufficient facts and data in this case in order to apply these reliable scientific methods?
Yes, I did.
Can we just tell the members of the jury what facts and data you had? What were you given in order to create your finished product?
So, sure, I received the digital evidence, which is the body-worn camera data, as well as photographs from the scene.
Okay. And then beyond the discovery that the government produced in this case, did you do your own examination as well?
I did.
Okay. So, Bela, can we turn, is it on already?
It should be.
Judge, we'd ask to publish Angelos's PowerPoint for use as a demonstrative to assist the jury in understanding the science and how the science was applied to a scene recreation in this case.
Okay. No objections, Your Honor, and this would be defense 126.
What's the next one? Yes, thank you, sir. 126. Okay, Angelos, our first slide, photogrammetry. If you could, please explain to the jury what that is.
Sure. So the thing I want to let y'all know that this is a science. It's not some kind of, you'll see some graphics, and you've all seen probably some kind of visualizations, depictions of scenes, but this is a science. So it's all based on math and some things called principles of perspective and also projective geometry, which we won't go into too much detail with that, but it is a science, and we're able to look at photographs and to measure things reliably and accurately. So that's what I want to start with.
And just so you and I square, when I, in my opening statement, called what you did wizardry, you told me, no, it's not wizardry, it's science, Tom.
That's correct, yeah. There's no magic, it's literally math, so it's either right or wrong.
Okay, can we go to the next slide? And this slide depicts what?
So here we're going to talk about, you probably don't know it, but you've seen photogrammetry. If you've watched anything on TV, maybe even the movies, if you've had any kind of medical imaging, things like that. And I just wanted to share with you that it's been used in many different fields. Obviously the medical field, military, the rover, Mars rover uses photogrammetry to be able to move around and look at things and model things. Engineering, obviously. Architecture, my background, and geology. Public safety is important. And in forensics. And the last one I want to talk to you about is something that if you're a sports fan, you've seen photogrammetry used behind the scenes probably, you don't know it's there, but I want to show you how they use it. And mostly it's to show you that it's very, very accurate. So if you're a tennis fan, you might already know that the 4 Grand Slams right now no longer have any lines judge. It's all the photogrammetry that's making calls, whether it's in or out. And of course, it's got to do it to a very precise and accurate way so that the call's made accurately. You might not be old enough to remember John McEnroe, right? Throwing a fit about a call being out, and you can't be serious and all that. So there's a lot on the line, and it has to be accurate. The NFL no longer uses the chain gang. You've got them measuring first downs like that. Also soccer, same thing. They're looking at goals. They're looking for offsides. They're trying to make the right call, and it's got to be accurate. And so I'll go ahead and play it now, and then I want to go back, and what I want you to pay attention to are some of the graphical notations that you'll see in the work that I will show you that we did in this case, that they use the same kind of thing, okay? And one more thing I wanted to add. So the idea here is that it's all done by having multiple cameras, which in this case we have 15 cameras from body-worn cameras, right? So we have different perspectives, allows you to see the same event that's happening from different perspectives. And because we can do that, we can look through each camera and triangulate and find points where someone's head is, where the gun is, where knees, legs are in the 3D space as they're happening, the events are happening. And that's how they do it. And you'll see that they'll be able to track the athletes. We're able to track the actors in this case. And so I'll let it play once, and then I'll come back and kind of point out some things that I want you to keep in mind so they make sense later, if that's okay. Sorry about that. So here we have a tennis match going on. They're tracking the ball position. And this is a technology called Hawkeye. You can look it up. You can see all the computers and the cameras around the whole stadium. And their accuracy is into within a couple millimeters, 2 to 3 millimeters of accuracy. Here, what they're doing is they're tracking basketball players, and that's called sports data. What they're trying to do is determine how long they've been running. Do they need a break? They're trying to optimize their performance on the court. Here, as I mentioned, this is the new this year. It's been tested last year. They're measuring first downs without having someone to come out. Again, there's cameras all the way around these stadiums that are tracking these players. And here, against soccer, they're tracking the motion of these players. And an important part in soccer, I know we don't really talk about soccer too much in the U.S., but offsides is a big deal. Players are trying to get an advantage and trying to leave that line early to score. And here this year it's going to be in New Jersey, I believe, the World Cup. Let me stop it right there real quick. This is something that you'll see. This is the 3D data that I'll be talking about. And if you remember from geometry, you probably remember there's an x-axis, a y-axis, and a z-axis. So in a 3D spot, we'll have some measurement. And that's what this software here is doing. It's measuring the x, y, z of limbs and joints. I'll let it go play some more. So here's the offsides call. It's all done through photogrammetry. This guy's ahead of the line means he is offsides. And here they're able to determine if the ball actually was a goal or not. It has to pass the entire plane to be a goal, and in this case it was not. Just real quick, I'm going to scrub through so you can see some of the notations or the graphical stuff. So here we see a skeleton. Let's go here. Sorry about that. So these are skeletons, and in the 3D world, that virtual world, you'll hear me say virtual or computer generated. That means done on the computer, okay? And so here we have skeletons which drive characters or animated characters that you'll see just like a human skeleton does. And they're tracking that here. Here you'll see on the ground there's 3D trackers. These are points of known dimension, so they can accurately determine the scale. So you'll see kind of these little stars or X's in my graphics as well.
If I could jump in
Yes.
just briefly there, Angelos, with those points of reference within the scene, with those three axes, we have the X, the Y, and the Z.
Yes.
For the
Z,
for the
yes.
3D dimensions of every object in the scene. Are you then subsequently able to take measurements of time and of speed and of distance inside of that 3D recreated model?
Yes, that's exactly what we do.
Okay. Please continue.
Sure. As you noticed, again, there's multiple cameras all the way around the stadium. Here they're tracking the basketball players as they dribble. Again, they're measuring how far they've moved, so distance. And again, this is tracking individuals, bipeds we call them. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show you with that to keep in mind for when you see my work.
Just for the members of the jury, could you just give us a little bit of historical perspective of how long this hard science has been around?
Yes, so that's the thing. This is not something new. This is it's been around since about the Renaissance. Mathematicians and scientists and artists like Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Alberti, and Albrecht Dürer are the main ones who developed this. And they were trying to actually it's the principles of perspective. If you've ever taken an art class, you probably know things like an object that moves closer to the viewer or a camera appears to be bigger, and as they move back, they get smaller, right? I see you all nodding your head, so that's good. And then parallel lines vanish to a point on the horizon, right? So all parallel lines. And if you had an art class, you probably remember like a picture of like a railroad track, and then they're parallel lines, but eventually they'll meet. So those kind of things were being developed back then. And then they're also trying to understand how they can depict what they see in the 3D world onto a piece of paper or a piece of vellum back in those days, how they can draw it accurately and correctly. So that's what they were attempting to do.
Do you have a couple slides that the jury can view just to kind of give a
I do.
depiction of that in history?
Yes. So here's the technology from back then. Of course, we'll be talking the technology we have nowadays to be able to do this. But these are depictions of what they call perspective machines. And if you look here on the it's an engraving. If you look at it, you can see there's an apprentice standing up there, pointing to a specific spot on this instrument. There is a swinging door here with a piece of parchment or something on it, which he'll then close. This is a sight line, so you'll see a lot of sight lines in my work. There's a line coming through here, and this is Alberti, and Drewer, and he is sighting that point. And when they close this, he's able to plot that point back there. I don't know where it is, but somewhere over here. So that now he has a 3D projection of that instrument. Okay. The next slide is something to show you. I know it's a little bit maybe complex, but it's pretty simple if you think about it. So what I want you to understand is that we live in a 3D world, right? That's represented by the box in the front here, this cube, with points A, B, and C, and D, capital letters, known points, so we know the actual dimensions of this box. Then we have a two-dimensional world, which is represented by this easel here with a piece of vellum or film on it. And then we have a viewer. This is the focal point of his eye. In today's world, we're talking about a sensor or a camera. And the correlation is what I want you to see, is that there's these points, capital letters, as they project back to his eye, cross through this projection plane or picture plane, you might call it, and they can only be in one spot. So when you can do that for all these points, you can see they converge right into his eye. Okay, and again, they were trying to determine how to draw something in 2 dimensions that they actually see in 3 dimensions. Here, this slide is just to represent what we do. So I told you that I was provided with video, body-worn camera. I was provided with scene photographs. Those are all digital media. They're 2-dimensional. We see them on a screen. They're not 3-dimensional. And so what we try to do is take that 2D image and now put it back into 3 dimensions. So we're projecting it back out into 3 dimensions so that we can later measure things. Okay? And that's what this is. It's called reverse projection. So it's the exact opposite of what they were doing in the 1400s. Now we're trying to reconstruct what happened in this case. So I'll play through here. Actually, I'll scrub. So we have the 3D world here, right there. Now we take a photograph of it, right there. And so we have the 3 parts. We have the 3-dimensional world, the 2-dimensional world, and then where the camera is. But when we get these cases, we no longer know where the camera is. Unless it's a surveillance camera that stays put. We have to check if it is. But these are moving cameras. So they have a lot of different places where they are. So what we need to do is have a base data that tells us what the dimensions of this scene, this is our scene. So we have X, Y, Z of this scene, and then we can do it for many points, pass through the 2-dimensional image, the digital image that I was provided with, and project lines all the way through. And if you do it with enough points, once again, you'll you'll determine where that camera is in 3D space when that camera took that exact photograph. Okay? And we can do that very accurately with technology. So, and the last thing I want to show you here is to assess how well the camera was solved. In other words, that position where we determined it was, we can then look through that camera. In this case, we're going to look through it virtually on the computer, a digital version of that camera that has the same position, orientation, which way it's pointed, and also something called lens distortion. And we can talk about that a little later. Okay? But the way to do that, the best way, is to look through the camera and see if the things that were there match up with the things that are now in the view of the camera. Okay?
And so moving next to its application, things like lawyers wanting to know and ask you questions, that gives us the scientific paradigm to be able to maybe just address your next slide, which is once we recreate it,
Right.
we can measure.
Yeah, the whole purpose of this is to reconstruct the scene as it was that at the time of the event, and then we're going to visualize it, be able to see it, look around it, do whatever we want with it. It's a digital model it can be considered a digital twin, meaning it's the real world scene. It's an exact copy. You can, if you went to the scene and measured something, it would be the same as measuring it in our 3D model. Okay, and then we're going to measure things, and then we're going to analyze what we measure.
Do you have just a sort of a relatable real-world example for the jury?
Yes, yes. So here's a photograph. Some of you might recognize it. This is from 1963, the JFK assassination. And you can see here that a individual here, I believe Miss Clausen, has taken a photograph, and I have a copy of it here for you to see. This was shortly after the headshot, and these are journalists running. Okay, and she's out in the middle of Elm Street, and she's trying to determine where that photograph was taken. So she's holding the print kind of in front of her this way, and she's matching it with the actual background. Okay, with the actual scene in Dealey Plaza. So this is modern Dealey Plaza. Okay, and so I want you to imagine that as we're looking through that and we're lining it up, so it's right, this picture plane, remember, like we saw in the box example, my eye is the camera, and we have the picture plane here, and then behind me is the 3D scene, and I'm trying to match it exactly so that later I might get, some of these, there's some tourists back here in the background, I might ask one of them to go walk up behind my picture and kind of line them up. And if you can imagine, it was printed on a piece of film so that I could actually see through it but still see the objects, which is exactly what we do in the digital world. I could get them and match them very accurately, or pretty accurately, even though I'm just using my hands and basic stuff here. But I want you to think about that, and that's what we're doing digitally. We're literally solving where the camera is, like she is. She's moving in the street and saying, here's where the camera was. So we solve for the camera. Then we look through the camera, but we put a piece of film over the camera so that we can see what was there, and then we can take objects in the 3D world and move them so they match up with the person, the object that we're trying to reconstruct. So that's the basic, that's what I do all day, okay?
So, Angelos, I think at this point the jury knows that you had scene photos. If you want to go to your next slide. Sure. And you had body-worn camera from the scene, but did you do any examination, or did you collect any data yourself? Yes. And as I said, this is rudimentary, kind of doing this by hand. We have technology nowadays that can allow us to do this very accurately, and it's called Lidar. It can also be called high definition 3D laser scanning. You might have seen people on the side of the road. It kind of looks like I'll show you a picture of it here. This is that's you. This is me years ago in Dealey Plaza. What you see there is a Faro scanner. It's just a different brand. You might have heard Leica in this case. It's just a different brand. This is a Faro. There's also a Trimble, which is what I used in this case. And what it does is it goes around and it fires a laser, okay? And it can measure how far a point is that it hits. And so all these points that you see around here are all actually it's called a point cloud. And the more dense the point cloud, the more it looks more like a photograph, but they're literally points that I can click on and measure one point to another and get a dimension or a distance. So the jury can wrap their minds around it. How many points per second does your machine, the Trimble machine, collect? They're all about the same, probably about 1 million. Some can even do 2 million points a second. And the points are actually accurate to within just a couple of millimeters. And for reference, a credit card is a little less than 1 millimeter. So say the scans are accurate to within probably 2 to 3 credit cards stacked is the distance of accuracy. And the Leica machine, which the jury's heard about, is capable of that type of measurement? Yes, it is. Whether the day of, or 100 days later, or 800 days later, it's capable of that type of measurement? Yes. Did you review any product or measurement done by the government in this case? There was a diagram
with some measurements on it, but nothing like a laser scan or that was accurate. As you notice on the diagram, it says not to scale.
Okay. Moving to your next slide, do the members of the jury see your machine and its application?
Yes, so this is inside the actual site. This is the apartment, Melissa Perez's apartment, but now she's no longer there. Obviously, there's a new renter. And so this is what it looks like. It's on a tripod, it spins around, and you move it around from place to place because it's a line of sight thing. If it can't see it, it can't measure it. So we have to move it around the site to get a full picture of the apartment itself.
Would you characterize, I'm going to call it volume, but the size of this scene as a large, medium, or small scene to measure?
It's very small. I'll show you right here. This is a top view, overview of the 6 scans. I only took 6 scans, and just to give you an idea, this is 200 million points that you'll see. In most cases, I'll probably do like 40 scans, but I could do what I needed to do here with just 6 scans. This is the product you get when you use a scanner. You've got a 3-dimensional model that you'll see as I play it. Those blue points are where I placed the scanner. These are just icons that show you where the scanner was placed. It also does take photographs, and it uses those photographs to colorize or make the points a certain color so you can visualize it better. And it does a 360 basically. So this is the back porch area. And these are all points, 200 million points that can be measured. And the idea is, it used to be you'd go to a site and you'd measure something with a tape measure or a wheel, maybe a disto or something. But now you might miss something, right? You might not know what to measure. Investigators often will miss stuff, have to go back out. Here, you're basically trying to capture as much as you can, everything you can, and then you can go back to your office and literally measure anything you want.
So it's fair to say you have to collect all the dots so that later you can connect the dots.
That's right, yes.
Thank you.
As you can see, the furniture is different than what was at the time of the event, so that's why we're going to need to reconstruct using photogrammetry what was inside the apartment and in the patio area to then analyze or measure things and then analyze.
So I guess to continue to set the scene, did you incorporate some overall views of just the apartment building? There we go.
Yeah.
Explain that.
Just to give you an idea of, I don't know if you've seen kind of a map of what's going on. This is building 3. This is Google Earth. And I wanted to show you where this event is happening by placing the point cloud that we collected at the site inspection so that you can see what part of that building all these events happen. So there's the facade, the front, and the interior of Mrs. Perez's apartment. And then so you can see a little more closely the actual scan. So this is the same product that we were just looking at. It's just viewed in a different program. Now we're able to move around it. It's like a digital twin. I can measure anything. I can look at it from the top. I can take the ceiling off so I can look inside of it. And again, as I mentioned, I've removed all the furniture that was there during my inspection because it wasn't the furniture, obviously, that was there at the time of the event. And now we'll reconstruct that using this base with all the data that we need. If you think back to the first example with the A, B, C, D, we have to have some points so that we can determine where the cameras are. And then again, when we look through that camera, I can reconstruct the objects that we see in the view.
So once we have the model of the scene built, are you able to integrate sound through a spectrograph into the 3D recreation.
Yes. So the other evidence we had was body-worn cameras, and I've got to prep these videos so that I can use them, right? So I've got to synchronize them because, let's do this. Yeah. First I want to identify where the shots are, and that's all in the audio, okay? And we'll talk about that here in a second. This is the audio from the body-worn cameras. This is Thompson's camera, Officer Thompson's camera. It was the clearest, most distinct one that out of the 15. And I'm able to identify when a shot happened to milliseconds, just so I can use that to synchronize the different cameras. So these cameras, the body-worn cameras, are not synced to each other. They can be off. So I need to make sure they're all happening at the same time so that when we're looking through each camera, the same event is happening. So we're looking for things called cues. So a cue might be a gunshot, a muzzle flash. So muzzle flash is when you see fire kind of coming out as the gunpowder is igniting, or leftover gunpowder is igniting. And we can see that sometimes, or we can see maybe some recoil, or we can see a light turning on and off, like a taser light. And those are the cues that we're going to look at in a second. But I wanted to show you this because this is the audio from Thompson's a video, body-worn camera. And if you look at the top, you might have, the green part here, you've probably seen this before. It's called a waveform, and it's just the audio. And it's got two dimensions. It's got time in the x-axis, and in the y-axis, that's amplitude, or how loud something is. So you can hear a gunshot, and it'll make a big wave, and then you can hear, a glass breaking. You'll see that, but you can't really determine very easily by looking at this when it's a gunshot, when it's glass, when it's a boot hitting a door, or so forth. And below that, in the colored area, this is called a spectrogram, and it has one extra dimension, which is frequency. And so as you can look at it, you'll see that there's these distinct patterns going on. And a gunshot, if you look at a gunshot in the spectrogram, you'll see that it's a very loud noise, but it actually fills the whole spectrum of frequencies, so from low to high. And it's just basically you can visually determine exactly where a gunshot has occurred. So, and then you can count them, and this way you'll know which shot was fired first and in order, and you could measure the timing if it was important. So this way we're able to determine who shot when and measure between those. Okay? As you've heard throughout the trial, in my work, when I show you it, we're going to probably split it up into first volley, second and third volley, okay?
Read my mind. Thank you. So moving next, Angelos, to you said you have to synchronize all the different body cameras, right? You have to harmonize all the data together to help you in this analysis. Could you, thank you, show the visual and explain that to the members of the jury?
Yes, so as I explained a little earlier, we're looking to get all these cameras happening, taking images at the same time. So we're looking for cues. Here's an example of when Sergeant Flores fires, you can see a muzzle flash right up here. Right up here. You can see his same muzzle flash here. It's over here. So those are all giving us the synchronization that we need. The next slide shows we can synchronize, again, when a light turns on and off, and I'll just hit play, and you'll be able to look at the different cameras yourself and see, does the light go off at the same time? Does it turn on? And you see the light turning on and off by what it's hitting, like the surface of the window or the surface of the door. Hopefully that makes sense. And then finally, here's the finished synchronization. I don't know if you want to watch it or it's too loud.
honestly, I think they get it.
Okay.
Because I want to show the members of the jury like something new, right? This is something new, and honestly, it's fascinating. So once you have synchronized all your videos, you start to create reference points within the 3D world to start to build the model. Could you explain that?
Yes. So photogrammetry, how it's applied to this is it's called something called match moving. Go a step back, there's camera matching, which is what we've talked about doing in Dealey Plaza. You're matching one camera, it's stationary at that point. But when we talk about video, it's called match moving because you're matching the movement of the camera. So in order to do that, we have to track those points that you saw in the example of the sports, the tennis court and so forth. So here I've identified points in the photographs. These are photographs from the video, and they're points that are static. In other words, they never move, or they haven't moved since the time of the event. The trim, there's trim, what are these called? Siding that have corners and so forth. There's corners on the door, and we're going to end up tracking those and be able to determine the 3D position of each one of those points. Oh, let me play that. Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
one more.
Yeah.
So applying the 3D axes, right? The X, Y, and the Z.
Right. Yeah, this is called constraining. So just like that box in the first example at the beginning, we need to know what the X, Y, Z coordinates for those points are. That allows the software to do the calculation so that when it projects it back to determine where the camera is, it has the right information. So we're getting these are just a sample of points that I'm using in the analysis, but it's coming from the very highly accurate 3D scan, the Lidar, that we acquired when we went to the site inspection.
Thank you. Next slide. Applying to those same points.
Right. So now we've identified them, and now they're being tracked through a sequence of frames through the body-worn camera. And you can see these points in 3D space. And now they've been solved, right? So we know where they are in 3D space now. I'm going through some of the other cameras. This is Sergeant Flores' camera. Officer Alejandro's. And again, if you remember the tennis example, these are points being tracked. And this is Officer Villalobos. And it's starting over.
So I think moving to the next slide, then, do you have a visual depiction integrating your roughly 200 million point cloud into the rendering?
Yes, so as I said earlier, the way to assess if the solution, or it's called the calibration of the camera, meaning where the camera has been solved, the position, the way to assess that is visually, the main way, because the things, if it's correct, then things will line up, just like we saw in that example at the very beginning. So I'll play that so you can see, and what you'll be seeing is the body-worn camera, and then I'll be kind of sliding in, or not sliding, but revealing the point cloud, and you can start to see how this is Salinas' camera. So for example, let me go to So for example, we can see that we're looking through the camera at this point, this frame, and we can see the actual image. So we can see Officer Alejandro right there. We can see the point cloud, and I've just split the screen to show the actual body-worn camera. And over here we can see the point cloud, and you can see how, for example, the railing. See how it matches there, windows and so forth. And that's really how we assess it visually. There's a couple more here just to show you the different cameras. And then, we're assessing it visually, and you can see if things are on or off, or matched well. And then the software itself will actually give you a report of the analysis, whether it's good or not. And so it's going to measure an error. We have two types of error. We have the two-dimensional error, which is over here. This is, it's stating that it's about almost 1.5 horizontal pixels. So in the 2D space, that's the error there. And the error here is negligible. It's very, very low. These are the three-dimensional points. So what we're looking at here is the constraints. Remember those X, Y, Z that I took from the point cloud, told the software this two-dimensional point should be this point in 3D space. And these are those right there. And here are the solved positions, and it's measuring what the difference is between those. Okay, so very, very low error in the calibration of the cameras.
Yeah, and then I think just keep going on building your model.
So again, as I mentioned earlier, we have to reconstruct what was in the patio and what was in the living room as well. And we do that again through photogrammetry, but this time it's not a moving camera. They're photographs that were taken of the scene. Oops, sorry. And again, we visually can, it also does the same thing. This is another piece of software, but it actually...
Can you pause it for a second?
Yes.
Is there anything...
Oh, yeah. Yes.
No, they're not here.
Okay.
Keep going.
And I was just saying that this, again, you can measure the accuracy of the solution. But we can also see it visually here. When I bring up the image, you can see how it matches the background. So here we can see the couch, we can see the TV set, things that are on the wall. We can even see bullet impacts and defects. Right there. And then from there, now that we have all those pieces, now we can reconstruct and create a visualization of the model to show kind of what it looks like in 3D.
So next up comes, I guess, building the skeleton.
Yes. So now once we've got the 3D scene to the point where it was during the event, now we're trying to position people and reconstruct their movements and the events during the shooting. So in order to do that, we need bipeds. They're characters or actors, you might call them. These are CG, meaning virtual digital people. That have skeletons like you saw earlier, and we're able to move them and pose them in the scene as we look through cameras to determine where they are in that frame or at that specific time when we're looking through the camera. So you can see the different characters here, and here's just kind of a screen grab of the work that's done as we're trying to position, for example here, Mrs. Perez, when she starts her charge. Here on the left, we're looking through the camera, and I'll point out right here real quick. Right here, we're seeing the image looks a little different than what you've normally seen. It looks a little different. That's because it's been corrected for that lens distortion, which I had talked about, and we'll talk about it a little later. But in order to do this accurately, we have to correct for lens distortion, because we see without lens distortion. We don't look around and see, a straight line as curved. And in this case, in the body-worn camera, hopefully you've noticed that by now. Things are curved that shouldn't be curved. So as part of the calibration, like I said, it solves for that lens distortion and corrects it. So now we can start to match objects accurately. So I'll go ahead and play this. And that, you can't see it right now, but there's a skeleton inside which allows those limbs to be moved. She's able to be moved in 3D space. Oh, here's a skeleton of it. And you may not have noticed, but the picture on the left, this body-worn camera has changed. So we're using triangulation. We're looking through other cameras of the same event happening at the same time, and we're able to see her head in one view and her head in another view and triangulate to pinpoint where that head is in 3D space. And then we'll again assess it, see how well it does that matching. And so we can look at it from, this is a split view, 6-view camera or display of the cameras, and we can look. What's happening here is the CG version, and what's happening here is the actual raw footage from the body-worn camera. And you can look and see how well they're matching up. And of course, you probably figured this out. If you can see her on top of her image in the body-worn camera, it's matched correctly, if that makes sense. And then we're looking through different cameras. For example, look down here, you'll see her head pop out. Her head, you'll see it back here. We can, here we go. You see her right, it's hard to stop, right there. Okay, so that's how we do the triangulation. So we're able to assess the quality of the match there. And here's another one. This is during the first volley. Okay.
So, before we get going, what's that small number down in the lower right-hand corner? Is that significant?
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
1472. So they've been saying 2 minutes and 2 seconds to tell you what body-worn camera you're on. We do it looking at frame numbers. So that's just an arbitrary number where we started the beginning of the frame, beginning of the body-worn camera, and so we can communicate this happens on this frame instead of looking at a time, because the time isn't as precise as a frame number. Okay.
And so just kind of moving forward in the way this analysis is going to go, when Dr. Martinelli testifies after you, your measurements on time, distance, speed are based on those frame measurements within the 3D recreation.
Right. You'll hear us reference a certain frame number for something that Dr. Martinelli wants to discuss.
Thank you.
Yeah. Here we have, oops, sorry. Her motion, and we can view it. Again, this is a 3D model. We can view it from any angle. We're looking at it from a couple different perspectives here, and we can visualize her motion. Okay. And now that we have her motion, we have where she is in XYZ space in the apartment. We're then able to measure speed by knowing the time that she traveled and the distance she's traveled. So we have distance over time equals speed, and we can chart that out and determine at what point she's running, at any point how fast she's moving. Okay.
Well, just to go back.
Yep.
Peak speed around, what is this? 1495.
Yeah.
We see the feet per second on the left.
Yes, feet per second. We're talking about feet per second, and I have to find it here.
Well, we don't have to do the
must
exact
have-
number right now.
Okay. I believe,
Look at the chart and you can give me a rough figure. It's up around 10 feet per second.
yeah. Oh, here. Actually, yeah, just looking at that, you can see and just so you know, this is a smooth average. So we're looking at this green line, actually. It's between the high and low. So it's a little over 10 feet per second at her quickest.
And so now that we know we're measuring in frames, we can go back and we can motion match that into the actual body movement.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so can you explain the significance of this slide here?
Right. Just like we matched the motion of Mrs. Perez, we can also match the positions, and you saw some of it in that slide earlier, match the positions of the officers.
And the colors, the significance of the colors of the skeletons here, does that become thematic in matching the sound measurements for the gunshots across the 3 volleys for the 3 officers into the video?
Yes, it's just the same color coding, so we can keep track of who's who.
So I think next we go to a 3D rendering.
Yeah, so this is, again, we just matched the positions, the motions of Mrs. Perez, basically all the actors, including the officers. And this is going to be the first volley. Actually, this might be the whole animation. So just real quick, you'll see a blue outline over the officer who is shooting at the time, kind of flash. And I also wanted to point out, so whenever the Mrs. Perez kind of disappears, it's motion that we have not calculated. So this is when she's returning back to the hallway. Okay, play it one more time maybe. And as I mentioned, we can measure anything we want. So here are the measurements. During the first volley. And I just wanted to point out, because it can look a little confusing, the yellow lines are literally just distance. They look like trajectories, but that's not where they're firing. Those are actually, just so you don't get confused. Okay, and then we have, this is the second volley. Here we're measuring to the door.
Judge.
Let's go ahead and take a short break.
All right, the jury?
May be seated.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Defense?
Thanks, Judge. Ambrose, we left off at the second volley.
Yes.
I guess frame 1524, I know that could be a frame of significance that we're going to talk about later with Dr. Martinelli and Surgeon Flores, but just to sort of transition back to our watching the videos, as the members of the jury can see, we have speed calculations where they can see how many feet per second Melissa Perez is traveling across each frame, and then you've just broken it into the three volleys. So we want to hit play on the second volley.
Sure.
That's it right there. Just can you pause it there for a second? So 2 feet, I mean.
Is it 2 feet? Yes, a little longer. Where's the hammer?
We see Melissa Perez with the hammer and they're striking on 2 feet here. This is 2 feet. Okay, do you have the third volley?
I do.
Move next and let's talk about lens distortion, okay? Because that's really significant when we're talking about Axon body-worn cameras. Do you have some slides prepared to illustrate the difference between 50 millimeter naked eye and the Axon body camera lens?
Yes. So, first of all, these body-worn cameras made by Exxon, but other ones as well, they're designed to do a wide angle. Sometimes it's called a fisheye. Or fisheye lens, and that's done on purpose so they can document and see more of the scene, and be able to analyze it better. And this particular model has about 143 degree field of view, which is in contrast to what the human field of view is, a lot more. It's almost 100 degrees more, 50 on each side. The human field of view in general is in the research and the literature shows this, that a 50 millimeter lens, we're talking about a camera lens, a 50 millimeter lens is the most approximate comparison to the actual eye. So if you were to take a 50 millimeter lens and take a photograph and you're going to look off to the side, you're going to see the same sizes, scales, and distances. Okay, what happens with an Axon body-worn camera? It distorts it, and here's an example. Here's just a frame from Officer Villalobos. It looks like his body-worn camera, and you can see, and you're kind of oblivious to it, but you can see there's distortion. Things that should be straight, like vertical things, like the door, windows. you can see some curvature to them. That's called barrel distortion, and it's a result of the lens quality, the defects in it as well, and just that it's a fisheye lens. So that's where that comes into place, and that affects what you see and perceive, because it makes things look further away than they should be. So here's that lens distortion. I'm just pointing it out to you. Things that should be straight appear to be curved, like the railing as well.
Okay, so moving ahead, I think 2 slides, we're going to see an actual application. So I'm going to say, no questions for a moment. Let's just let the members of the jury soak this slide in. I mean, really significant, right? The difference between what the human eye sees to the spatial distortion that starts to happen with that fisheye lens. Does it get more and more pronounced the farther away the subject in the frame is?
I'd say so, yes.
Can you go to the next slide, please? So on the right side of the frame, we see that, that Axon logo stamp built into that photo. This is a direct comparison of this mock suspect at that range between the human eye and the body camera lens.
Yes, so on the left you're seeing through a 50 millimeter lens, which is equivalent to what the human eye perceives, and on the right is from the body-worn camera.
Okay. So really significant, right? If we're trying to determine how far away a threat is from what the officers are perceiving, now that we have built your 3D model, now that we understand the disparity between the body cameras, are you able to account for that in your POVs or point of visions?
Yes.
Could you demonstrate that for the jury and explain that, please?
So because we've matched the positions of the officers who are wearing the body-worn cameras, you'll see that the software itself puts a 3D model of where the camera is. That's the exact position that the camera is that Sergeant Flores is wearing at that time. Right here, what we see. And then what we're able to do is, like I said, we can view our 3D model from anywhere, looking through a virtual camera. So we can position a virtual camera or attach it to where the officer or the character that we're going to be using, where their eyes are. So, and we can tell that camera to be a 50 millimeter full frame camera, which is again equivalent to what a human would see. And this is, we do this all the time in visualization. You can read it in papers and stuff. So now we can look through that camera to get an idea of what that officer would see.
Okay, so first we're going to see, where are you? Here he is, Officer Alejandro's POV.
POV at the first volley. Actually, it'll show both volleys. Oh, sorry. And this is the second volley. One more time.
On the first volley, yeah, could you scrub on the frames to when Melissa Perez has that hammer in the launching position but it hasn't come forward yet? Back a little bit. Right there. So this, using your expertise, all of the aforementioned science, is a rendering of what Officer Alejandro actually saw when he's making his forced decision on the night in question.
Yes.
Can we go next to Sergeant Flores? POV, please.
Here, I just want to show you.
Yeah.
It's a comparison between what's seen on his body-worn camera versus what the virtual camera that we're looking through sees. You can scrub through if you want.
Can I just ask you,
Yeah.
Angelos, the data acquisition, the data processing, data assembly, to give the members of the jury a perspective like this, how many hours do you think this took?
Oh, somewhere around 300, maybe more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not 6 or 12
No.
or some number like that?
So just to give you an idea, looking through the video, obviously watching it once, twice, that's about 20 hours of watching it or more. But when I'm doing the tracking, I'm looking at every single frame, back, forth, scrubbing through to look and see what I'm visualizing, to track things. So we have the advantage of really seeing this thing frame by frame over and over and over again.
Thank you. Do you have a point of vision for the next officer?
Yes.
Sergeant Flores.
Next.
Yeah, next, please, thank you.
Here's
This is the overlay, so the members of the jury have seen this a bunch. We have his body camera on the left and his true POV on the right. I think 1524. This is the gun recoiling on the right. And just to kind of create, because you and I are almost done here, the bridge to the second ingredient of this analysis, Dr. Martinelli, he's going to apply force science, that physiology of the human body, and the steps in the reaction a person in a life threat situation takes to the frames that you have rendered, and be able to walk the jury through each step.
Yes.
Okay. And then do you have one more POV?
2 more actually.
Actually, 2 more, I'm
Yes.
sorry. And then do you have the side-by-side for Villalobos as well?
Yes. And then the last POV, you're able to take all this data and all this science, and you're actually able to recreate a POV for Melissa Perez as well. Yes. Same thing. We're taking a camera, putting it at her eye level.
a side-by-side?
And this will be a side, there's no body worn camera for obviously Mrs. Perez, so it's a side-by-side with Sergeant Flores' POV.
Angelos, this fact pattern recreation, you talked a little bit about your margin of error rates initially with measurement and things. Is your rendered product here, would that be held to a degree of scientific certainty and precision?
Yes, it would.
I guess let's talk a little bit about how you were retained for this case. Your present employment is with whom?
I'm self-employed at my company.
Okay, and your company frequently consults with Dr. Martinelli?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained in this case to create for this jury to actually see this product?
Yes.
Okay, but we heard that, Butch worked for free in this case. Have you been, or are you going to be compensated for your hours and your work in this case?
Yes, I will.
By who?
By Cleat.
Cleat, right? The what's the acronym?
Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas.
Thank you, Lisa.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Judge, I pass the witness.
We don't have any questions.
We don't have any questions. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And just so, make sure the jury heard that, CLEAT is the Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas. That's who's paying?
Yes.
So, thank you, sir. Can I ask, and I'm probably missing my notes, how long ago were you retained to work on this?
I think officially maybe a year ago. I don't remember. Maybe more
Retained up to 12 months ago.
or more. I can't remember.
Okay. And when did you go to the apartment and get the measurements with your Lidar?
Lidar. Yes. That was end of. I've got it here. That would have been September 28th of last year, 2024.
September of 2024. Okay. And once you took the measurements, when did you start the process of doing all the calculations and everything, the first half of your 80 slides done? You had to input it all into some software, I'm guessing, correct?
Yes.
And it churns through to produce that chart with the measurements and the XYZ axis and the error rates, correct?
No. Well, I'm not sure what you're asking. Explain that one more time.
Okay, hang on a minute. From looking at your charts, chart number 38.
Oh, you mean slide? You're talking about
Yeah,
slides?
the slide,
Yes,
number
sir.
38.
38. Oh, yes.
Okay, now the way I understand that, you can put it up on the screen.
Oops. Sorry. Why isn't that coming up? I'll take it this way. Oh. This.
Okay, and so what I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, that this is the chart that when you determined the tracker, that column is just your known points,
Yes,
okay? And then you developed where those known points are on the X, Y, and Z axes, correct?
the software did,
The
yes.
software, okay. And then at the far right-hand column, it determined the rates of error. I believe, I recall you testified overall very low rates of error.
Yes.
So my question from getting your computations in September of 2024, when did the software develop that data?
When I did the photogrammetry.
Okay, and all right, so from September of 2024, when did you complete the photogrammetry?
Since then, it's actually probably been in the last month or so.
Okay, so September 24 through, and then you completed the photogrammetry, let's just say October of 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was the software churning along that entire 11 months, or that's when you were able to get to it with your other commitments?
That's correct. Yes.
With the latter part?
Yes, latter.
Okay. And when did you finally complete everything that went into the PowerPoint that you showed the jury here today? Because we didn't receive it until late yesterday afternoon.
Right. Yeah, completed it, working up to the last minute. So
Define last minute, please.
like 2 days ago.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, did you perform, and does the software have the ability to calculate trajectory testing for each individual shot?
No.
Is there anything in the science that would allow you to do that?
Explain that. What do you mean by in the science?
Okay, within the field, is it an additional software program that can do that? Is it one you don't have, one you have or you chose not to use in this case?
I'm not actually trained in doing trajectories. I can connect dots, so I can project where two dots go.
Right.
Two dots define a line.
Okay. Aside from the PowerPoint you've presented to the jury, and that will support Mr. Martinelli later, did you produce a written report?
I did not.
Did you reference any additional readings or documentation to support the production of this PowerPoint presentation you've led the jury through?
Sure, parts of them, like the study of the body-worn camera versus human.
All right. Do you have that study with you today?
I don't know. The citations on the slide.
Those are the footnotes, but you don't have the actual study with you.
I don't.
Did you provide the study to counsel that retained you?
I believe I did.
I would like to see the study that underlines what the witnesses testified to today.
Sure. It's in your email.
moment, Your Honor, I've just received it. Thanks, sir. So that would be the critical incident review, body-worn cameras. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what I've just received from counsel. And is this the outside literature and reading you're
Yes.
referring to?
Looks like it, yes.
Okay. And in effect, this is a study critical review on discrepancies between Axon body-worn cameras and what the human eye observes. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And you have portions of that incorporated in your PowerPoints, and that would be charts 65 and 66. Could you go to those, please?
Sorry.
Okay. And as I understand this, the left-hand side shows what the human eye would see on a actor at about approximately 12 feet, correct?
Yes.
And the top right, if an officer were wearing his body-worn camera on his shoulder, that's what the camera would capture. And if it's on his chest, looks like it would be further away from the body-worn camera. That's the point of this, correct?
Actually, no.
Okay.
You're right about the human eye. This version of the Axon has a chest camera and a shoulder camera, so they're two different cameras.
All right. But you'd agree, as it appears, the shoulder camera visually appears to be closer than the chest camera.
That's correct.
Okay. But the operative distance, and this article went on to examine it 20 feet, 30 feet further out,
Something
correct?
like that, yes.
And if I recall, the furthest distance that Ms. Perez would have been, you measured on the diagonal at about 16 to 18 feet,
Yes.
okay? And you calculated she was moving towards either the window or the door at a rate you calculated. So she would be inside, approaching or inside that 12-foot, kind of aligned more with the human eye. You'd agree then, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, you said a lot there. Repeat that, please.
Okay, well, again, I think you said you agreed that the human eye is approximately 12 feet from the camera lens, and that shows with a 50 millimeter human eye. That's the image that you see.
Right. It's a camera representing where the human eye, yes.
Okay. And I think it is chart 70 that shows Officer Alejandro's slide 70. Slide, I'm sorry, use it interchangeably.
Alejandro's, sorry.
Okay. And from the body-worn camera shows a time stamp at 2:02:06, correct?
Yes.
And off the body-worn camera, Ms. Perez's body appears to be partially hidden by the object we know to be the television in front of the window, correct?
Correct.
And from the article you looked at, does that seem to suggest he's wearing the body cam over his pocket or his center chest? I would think it looks to be a pocket. It's off center, correct?
I'm not sure.
All
I
right.
can't tell you that right now.
But you've made a correction, and his human eye shows the chart on the right, correct?
I've placed a camera where her eyes, or where his eyes were at the same time that in the body-worn camera.
All right, and that's what his eyes would see, and I take you at your word. Now, were you able to calculate how far away Melissa Perez is at that time, 2:02:06? How far is she from the wall?
Yes.
And what was that distance?
We can look at it.
Please.
So it's frame 1304.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. First volley. Oh, it's not coming up. Sorry, I'll have to go back. Here we go. Oh, actually, this is... Here we go.
So at the window, she's 7.9 feet.
Actually, I don't know if I have... Let me see if I have that measurement here. We didn't chart that out because we were looking at when Officer Alejandro fires his first shot.
Okay.
So let me see if...
Could you have charted that distance if you'd been instructed to?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and if you could, play up to the first shot.
Yes.
Okay. And at that distance, 7.9 feet at the first shot. That's what your chart tells us, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that the visual point you showed, she was some distance further back from the window, correct?
Yes.
We just don't know it because you didn't calculate it, correct?
That I know of, yes.
And when the hammer hits the window, you measured 6.5 feet. That would be 6 feet 6 inches, correct?
Correct.
This jury's heard testimony that the distance is less than 6 feet. Would that testimony be right or wrong based on what you calculated?
Judge, I would object to the form of the question. The testimony was that the hammer was less than 5 feet from the back of Alfred Flores' head. This diagram shows that the distance to the back of Alfred Flores' head to
Objection.
the front of the witness's face is 6.5 feet, so it's a misstatement of the evidence.
All right, so you can ask your question. You can ask your question again.
I've already asked it, Judge.
Can you ask it one more time, please?
Madam Court Reporter, could you read that back, please?
Question. Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, yes, that's correct. Excuse me. Question. This jury has heard testimony that the distance is less than 6 feet. Would that testimony be right or wrong based on what you calculated?
I'm going to object to its argumentative and improper hypothetical.
Again, Your Honor, the question,
Okay.
court is already ordered. I can ask the question. I'd like to get my answer.
Overruled, yeah.
Please.
Can you ask your question so I understand what you said? The jury. Well, don't laugh. Saying the jury. I wasn't here. I didn't hear what the jury has heard.
Okay.
So what did the
All
jury hear as far as the dimension you're talking about?
All right. This jury has heard questions and elicited testimony that suggests at the point in time or the distance when the hammer hits the glass, the distance to Sergeant Flores was less than 6 feet. I'm asking you, based on your known data and calculations, at the minimal error rate, would that testimony, that question, that suggestion, would it be right or wrong?
What I can tell you is that at this point, her chest to the body-worn camera, that's the body-worn camera of Sergeant Flores, is 6.5 feet.
And so it is not less than 6 feet, is it, sir?
Well, it depends what.
6.5 feet would be 6 feet 6 inches,
Sure.
correct?
Can I answer?
Please answer that last one. 6.5, that's 6.5, would be 6 feet 6 inches, isn't it?
Well, let me answer
Sir,
this.
please answer that. Is it 6 feet 6 inches or not?
To his body-worn camera, yes. There's a thickness to his body,
Okay.
so I just measure things.
Okay, so let's go back to your chart. I believe 45 is where you talked about the dimensions you took for all the actors involved at this point.
You want me to go to 45?
If you need to, but you recall showing this jury that chart, you took heights, etc.
Yes.
Okay? Did you measure depth between chest and back of any of the actors?
We didn't measure it, but we could match it using photogrammetry. So we did the best we could to size them so they match what we see in the
Okay.
body
What
worn
is
camera.
the size dimensions for Sergeant Flores?
What do you mean by size?
You said that the distance to his back would be less than 6 feet 6 inches. I'm asking you if you can quantify how much less.
No, I can't tell you the exact number, no.
Okay, so then there's nothing to support the question and or elicited testimony that it was less than 6 feet 6 inches, is there, sir?
Well,
It's a yes or no answer.
there is.
Where is it? Is it documented in your presentation?
No, it's just the fact that there's a thickness to his body.
Okay, but it's unknown, it's undefined, isn't it?
It's defined visually because we can see that there's a thickness to the body, so.
Okay, but you cannot be precise. Is there an error rate in visual observation, sir?
Sure.
Okay, so again, the error is undefined, correct?
I'd say so.
And you're a man of science, aren't you?
Yes.
If it's undefined, you can't rely on it, can you? It's a yes or no answer.
I wouldn't say you can't rely on it. You can make an approximation.
Okay. Could you go back to do you recall the number of for the chart that represents Officer Alejandro? Is that chart 70? His vantage point?
From his POV, is that what you're
Yes,
asking?
sir.
No, it is.
I think it's 70.
No, it's 77. Do you want me to bring it up?
I said Officer Alejandro.
Oh, thought I heard Villalobos. Yes, it's 70. Sorry.
Okay, and again, we started this line of question. I'd asked if there were any calculations as to where Ms. Perez was at this point in time. And is that better seen on chart 71? Because that gave us a time of 2:02:06. And again, you said you did not calculate her distance from the wall or window at this point, did you, sir?
So it's been calculated, just I don't have it in picture form, haven't shown it, so I don't know if we've actually measured it specifically.
All right, I will take that as a no, you did not. So, have you done, in your work in this field, have you done studies on reaction time between, we've heard some testimony about when an officer can perceive a threat and the time it takes him to react, correct?
That's out of my scope.
So you can't, all right, so we can't measure that right now off of you?
I can look at frames and give frames to Dr. Martin, yeah.
But your testimony is, this is what Officer Alejandro saw, and we can measure a distance from the window, which you estimate to be 6.5 feet, minus whatever depth or width Sergeant Flores' body has, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me, even at that 6.5 feet, minus the depth or width of Sergeant Flores' body, she's still inside her home, correct?
Yes, just the hammer is on the window.
Yes, sir. Were you able to calculate the depth of that wall between the window that she's standing in front of and the doorway? I understand you can measure the width, but I'm talking could you go to the overhead, one of your overhead charts?
Sure.
Okay. I think this may be interactive. Okay, I've just drawn that circle here. You're able to calculate the thickness, the depth of that wall.
We can measure that, yes.
Did you measure it?
We measured it by building that wall to the dimension that's shown in the point cloud, the lidar.
And that, okay. And you'd agree with me that yes, the hammer hit the glass, but she is always inside her apartment. You agree with that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. I'm just curious, since you had pictures of the couch, was the couch always bent or curved the way it's depicted here?
Yes.
Okay. We now turn to, I believe, Sergeant Flores' point of view. I believe that is chart 73 and 74.
You said Sergeant Flores?
Yes, sir. I believe it should be your charts 73 and 74.
Did I go past it? Christian, I'm having trouble with getting
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think I've lost that. Trying to get it up here. Okay, yeah. Oh, you're... How do you click? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, and again, I understand, I'm looking at your charts. This should be chart 70. His comparative point of view is next at 71. And if you just keep cycling through to get to 73, it should be, thank you, Sergeant Flores' point of view. Now, at this point, where is the skeleton that represents Melissa Perez? Where is she standing?
You're asking why we don't see the skeleton?
No, sir. I said, and And I called it the figure that represents Melissa Perez. You said those were skeletons, correct?
Inside her, there's a skeleton, yes.
All right, inside this figure.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm asking you, at this point, can you identify where she is in the apartment?
Standing in the hall.
Okay. And you have measurements that support this point of view?
What does that mean?
How far away is she from the door?
Oh, we can look at that.
Okay, which chart shows that?
It's any of the, that'd be the second volley, which is,
I think it's slide 58, frame 1472.
thank you. Yep.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So from, sorry,
Let's see if it has it to the door. There you go. Oh, sorry.
you know,
You had asked for the door, right?
yes, and particularly as it pertains to Sergeant Flores.
This is second volley. There you go.
To the door. 16.1 feet to the door,
Yes,
inside, on her side of the apartment, and it's a total of 20 feet to Sergeant Flores.
that's
correct?
correct. I believe so. 20.7.
Okay? And then go back to, but his viewpoint, 73,
Do you have that number?
Slide 73.
slide 73.
73?
Chart 73, slide 73. I apologize. It's not my intent to confuse you. Okay. And so she is 16 feet on that diagonal depth in her apartment from here.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to make sure, can I make sure what you just asked? She's 16 feet from the door.
Yes, sir.
Correct, okay.
The inside of the door.
Yes.
And 20.7 feet from Sergeant Flores.
That's correct.
Okay. And if you could go ahead and play.
Play this?
Yes, sir. Okay. And does she make it to the door?
No, she doesn't.
Okay. And I forget the series that are the overhead view. You pull the roof off the apartment. I'd like to see how close she actually gets to the door.
Slide 50.
I'm actually thinking, go to the series of charts where you start counting the volleys of the shots. Looking at the second volley where you are charting shots 6 through 16.
Series of shot volleys. 55 maybe. Not this?
That's the first original. Go to the second representation of it. Let's see. Okay. Should be chart 59.
Okay.
Okay, that's, we're going to the third volley. And go to 58, that I believe shows your second volley. So she's at this point, frame 1514. This is when shot number 6 is fired. And your chart approach the witness, Sharon.
Yes.
So I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 198 for identification.
Yes.
Is 198 for identification a true and accurate copy of the chart you've got, I forget where it is in your presentation, where it depicts each of the 16 rounds, traces them to a firer. You've identified them as the first volley, the second volley, and the third volley?
It does.
This is a complete and accurate copy of
Yes.
the chart, okay? So we've paused here at shot number 6, the first round of the second volley of rounds. And who fired? And that was fired by Eleazar Alejandro.
Yes.
Okay. And is this, and the distances, proceed on to shot number 7. Distance for Eleazar Alejandro, 6 and 7 both say 10.6 feet. Do you recall that from the previous?
Oh. I don't think so.
Okay, so
One
7
says-
is 10.6. Okay. 7 is also fired by Eleazar Alejandro.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You advance it to shot number 8, which you can trace to Sergeant Flores. And that distance for shot number 8 from Sergeant Flores is 9 feet.
Yes, sir. Would you advance it to shot number 9? That is fired, you attribute that to Eleazar Alejandro. Yes.
Represents the same distance from Sergeant Flores as in shot number 8. You recall that?
You want me to go back to 8?
Sure.
Okay, that must be a... Forgot to change that number.
Is that an unreflected error
Actually,
in your
no.
calculations?
No, sorry. He's moved back.
So he was able to move back.
His body-worn camera has moved back, yes.
Okay. But the distance remains the same.
Because Ms. Perez is moving forward.
I understand.
Oh.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Everybody on the jury okay? Anybody require a lunch yet? All right. This is a good time to break. 1 o'clock, come back in an hour, make it 2 o'clock.
All right, for the jury?
right, welcome back, members of the jury. Where we last left off, state we were in your cross.
And good afternoon, sir. Hope
Good afternoon.
you had a pleasant respite.
Thank you.
I recall when last we broke, we had talked about, this is, I think, chart 59.
58, slide 58.
Thank you. Slide 58, and you were calculating, and I'd asked you about, you maintained the same 9-foot distance, and your answer was Sergeant Flores, in relation to Sergeant Flores, he had moved back against the wall.
This body-worn camera, yes.
All right. And as you testified, all of these are known distances that you have been able to calculate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty and
Yes.
precision. So we all sides can rely on these
Yes,
distances, correct?
correct.
If, could you advance your embedded video to the 10th shot, attributable to Sergeant Flores' weapon. And now that distance is closed from 9 feet to 7.3. Does Sergeant Flores move closer to her while firing, or is that all Ms. Perez moving in his direction?
Mostly Ms. Perez. He may be leaning forward a little bit. I'm not sure in that shot.
Okay, so he could be leaning forward, which could also contribute to the narrowness, the closing of the distance.
We can watch. Here he is at 9, and then he slightly leans over.
All right? All right. Advance shot 11, please. And if I recall, the 10 he was 7.3 feet, and 11 he's 7.2. So again, he may be leaning forward. She may have inched closer.
Correct.
All right. We're now into, and then shot 12 gets us into the third volley. And her distance,
You want to go to third volley?
yes,
Is
sir.
that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. This should be third volley. Yep.
Okay. Now because she is moved, looks like she is up against the wall.
Approximately, yes.
All right.
Keep playing.
Go back to 12. Okay. And her distance to the door, 2.1 feet.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And do you have the measurements from each of the officers for the 12th round?
Yeah.
There.
Oh, 12th round? Oh, sorry. What did I just do? There we go.
6.8 feet for Sergeant Flores. The 12th round is attributed to Officer Alejandro. I'm sorry, 7.8 feet. Do you recall if that's Officer Alejandro? He's the one standing outside the patio?
Yes.
Okay. In the position of Ms. Perez's body, is that where she ultimately comes to rest?
It's an approximation from looking at the body-worn camera of officers that entered through the back, or in Officer Villalobos when he enters as well.
All right. Round 13, which is also attributed to Officer Alejandro. Now, his distance when that was fired increased 7.8 feet to 8.3. Is that because it appears Ms. Perez's body position is slumped more inside the living room?
I believe so, yes.
So she moves away from him.
Yes, we're measuring to her chest.
Shot 14. 14 is attributed to Officer Villalobos. Now, between shots 13 and shots 14, the hammer, which I understand to be in a right hand, that is more pronounced.
So the reason it's shown as an outline, we can't see what's happening here. It's behind the wall. So we're just animating to her rest position, and so we don't know exactly what's going on there. So the hammer is not, it's just an approximation of where she is in the scene.
And how does the software generate those approximations?
It's not the software necessarily. Remember when we were showing how we're animating a body by moving their limbs? Same thing here. We're taking the last known position and then interpolating back to her rest position, just creating that.
Okay, could you go back to shot 13?
Sure.
Okay, I understand what you said, but you see in shot 13 when you measure that distance from Ms. Perez's body to the wall, okay, and we all know the hammer's in her right hand, but that's not pronounced.
Because it's covered by a line, is that what you mean?
Well, even before the line, it's closer to her body up against the wall. I guess
Yeah, what was your
between
question?
13 and 14.
Yes.
So at 14, you said you can't see it, and I'm just wondering, what's the criteria? Is there any editorializing? Why is the hammer so pronounced in something you said we can't see?
It wasn't meant to be pronounced. It's just like I said, from a known position to a rest position, just interpolation between. It's just an approximation.
Understand?
Yeah.
And what's the criteria that goes into making those type of approximations?
Like I said, I know where she is the last time we see her, and then we see her in a rest position from body-worn camera, and there's a motion from one to the other.
All right, and so in the next body-worn camera you can see her on is once Officer Villalobos, Officer Thompson looks over the window, they look inside and identify.
Actually, some other officers are coming through the back.
Okay.
Yep.
So those were the first videos that gave you the ability to approximate?
Yes.
All right. You would advance it to shot 15, attributed to Officer Villalobos. His distance is 7 foot. If anything, he's moved backwards from shot 13, or is that the effect of her approximately falling forward? He was 6.9 feet on 13, he's now 7 feet on 15.
Yeah.
Okay,
At this point, I think we're just measuring to that same point.
alrighty.
Yeah.
And I just noticed another difference, 15, and again, this is coming from officers entering the room, the discrepancy between Ms. Perez's body at 15 and at 14,
Yes.
because 14 is the one that has the hammer pronounced, now we don't see it anymore at 15, do we?
Right, it must be in part of that, the part of her body that's occluded. See how it's moving? It's now like on her, near her knee. The hammer, we don't know the motion here, so we're just, like I said, interpolating. And that's why she's in a silhouette. We just know generally where she is in that area.
Is interpolation another word for a guess?
No, it's like an average. You're going from one point to the other, the average.
All right.
Yeah.
You said that you knew her position because you had body-worn footage of officers entering the living area from the back. My recollection is they got there about the same time Officer Villalobos enters through the front.
I think approximately, yes.
Okay, so that interpretation here clearly shows Officer Villalobos, he hasn't completed his shots, has he?
Yeah, and I don't know if we've actually, if we play forward, I think she might even move a little bit more, but.
Okay. But if he hadn't completed his shots, other officers haven't come in the back, how are you getting the data to do this, to have this presentation?
Are you talking about Ms. Perez's movement?
Yes, sir.
So, as I explained.
Go right ahead.
As I explained, so last time we see her, we have that called a keyframe. And then the next time we see her from the back, there's a keyframe there, and we're interpolating between those 2 points.
Okay. But you understand my concern, because I know that from what you testified, the data would come from, we know Officer Villalobos, Thompson, Flores, when they enter, and as you testified from the officers entering the living area coming from the back hallway, correct?
Yes.
And so, at this point in time, just off what you presented, Villalobos has not entered the room. We're still in the middle of shots being fired.
That's correct.
And so I'm only questioning how you made the interpretation which shows the changes in Ms. Perez's body. You understand what I'm asking?
I believe so, but if you could restate it one more time.
Well, help me help you. What is the point that I'm not making clear? What information do you need me to say to be able to answer?
Judge, that's speculation, I object.
I'm asking him what he needs.
Overruled.
I guess if you could, just ask me the question one more time.
Okay. We are at shot 15, correct?
Yes.
We know there are 16 rounds fired, correct?
Correct.
From all the body cam footage, we know that it is after the shots are fired that Officer Villalobos kicks in the glass, opens the door, and enters the living room, correct?
Correct.
It is about that time as he's entering the room, Officers Chernick, Rojas, Ramos come in from the back hallway, correct?
Okay, yes.
I understand all of those officers are wearing body cams. That gives you known points. And from there you can project Ms. Perez's movement, but that's once those cameras, Villalobos from the patio, Chernick and them, after shots are fired.
Yes.
Okay. You have testified on shot 14, the one where the hammer is pronounced and detailed in her right hand, that you made those approximations from other body-worn camera footage, correct?
Again, it's a when we can see her, the last keyframe that we can see her, and then we know where her rest position is.
Yes, sir.
So it's just an automatic interpolation.
Okay. Yes, sir. I understand that. If you could go back to 13.
13.
Because if it's the last keyframe, how do you explain the movement? If it's the last keyframe, why isn't she in the same position?
So the last keyframe we see her being fired upon, we know what her body is doing. We know she's standing up. And then the next keyframe we can see her in, she's in her rest position. So she has to go from one point, it's point A to point B.
Yes, sir.
Is that?
And so at 13, I take your word, she's laying against the wall in her rest position, correct?
13, no.
Yes, sir. It's there right here. We
Right.
see shot 13.
She's, maybe at this point she's buckling down. Again, these are approximations. This is interpolation.
I understand that.
Okay.
But as you testified, none of the officers that are visible can see her, can they?
Officer Alejandro can see her back a little bit through the window.
On his body cam?
Body camera, yes, we see it in his body camera, yes.
I believe we can't really see Alejandro's body cam. I think you may mean Thompson's body cam.
You might be right.
Okay. So then is your testimony that what we see overhead in shot 13 is more likely off Officer Thompson's body cam?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Advance to 14. Now, officers still have not entered the apartment. If the last known data point came from what could be Officer Thompson's body cam, why does it appear to be different if you don't have any additional data points? Is your testimony saying that Officer Thompson's body cam shows that hammer extended like that?
I'm sorry, yeah, that's where I think you're maybe, we're not communicating. The hammer, we don't see the hammer.
Okay. Would you agree with me that that object right there that I circled is not visible on shot 13?
Yeah, I understand your trouble with this. So in 13, you see a hammer still?
Is that your red mark? Do you put that red mark there on 13?
What do you mean, just now?
Yes, sir.
No.
All right. So, okay, that's your measurement of the distance. And yes, I see what appears to be, I would call a hammer up against the wall.
Sure.
All right? Go to 14. You see how it moved?
Yes.
Is there another known point in 14? That's all I'm asking.
I don't recall, but I believe you can still see her back through Thompson's camera.
Okay. We'll move on.
Okay.
15. And presumably you have a data point to reflect this change in position.
Again, we can't see her here.
Okay. But if there, so you can't see her, that means there's no known data points, correct?
Correct. Except for her back in the previous one, yeah.
Okay. So if there are no additional data points, how do you explain what appears to the eye to be movement in her body if you don't have known data points?
Judge, I object, asked and answered.
Yeah.
Interpolation has been said 5 times.
All right, I'll allow this one.
Okay, help me understand then the
Sure, I'll try.
interpolation if you
Yeah.
don't have known data points.
Interpolation is just going from one point to the other, right? So and if you have 2 frames close together, you don't have interpolation. If you spread them apart and we don't know the middle, we can go from this point. It's just point A to point B.
Okay, so you know where she is to start, you know where she is to end, and that's what you mean by interpolation?
Correct.
Okay. Is in the previous, the chart you had back, I think it might have been 12, where you had your error rates, is there a standard for the interpolation with your software?
I don't know what that means.
Well,
Slide 38.
No, I mean, I don't know what you mean by a standard.
it's interpolation,
Yes.
okay? How do you define interpolation in this context with this software?
We're keyframing her position the last time we see it, keyframing the last position in her rest position, and then animating her body just to go down to that position.
Okay, and this is based on the next known point when you finally have coverage.
Yes.
all these interpolations occur at a constant rate,
Oh, that's what you,
predictable?
it'll be a linear rate, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you advance to shot 16. And is this based off another interpolation?
Yes.
Is the approximation of Ms. Perez's point of view, does that follow this frame? Or is that a separate?
The approximation of what? I'm sorry?
You recall the chart where you show Melissa Perez's point of view?
Yes.
Is that at the end of this volley, or is that another chart?
I believe it's the next slide.
Great.
Slide 79.
I have my phone. Sorry, I got it. Ms. Perez's? What does that? Christian, I'm locked out. Sorry.
Yes.
I guess it's on one side. Yeah. This keeps getting locked up. Or not locked up. Let's try that. It's all right. Try this guy here. Something when it goes to sleep.
Should we just restart your PowerPoint here? Do you have it on your desktop?
I do.
Yeah, let's just X out and restart it.
What was it? 70?
What slide was it, Tom?
79.
79. Thank you. You got it.
Or, 79 or 80. Those two.
Sorry.
And could you go ahead and play the embedded video?
Yes.
Now, and just so I understand, the video that we show here, does it start when she's in that hallway as a known point based on all the cameras that can see her?
Yes.
All right. And then for those cameras that can track her as she moves towards the door, that's how we get that movement that we see in the video? And she closes distance with Sergeant Flores?
I want to answer correctly, so can you repeat that question?
Okay. We started that I think we all remember the posture you have when she's standing square-shouldered before she begins to move towards the door.
Yes.
You got that position because Sergeant Flores, you can see her off his body camera, and there are other known points that you can compare what Flores sees with known points in the apartment.
Correct.
And as you have a video, you project how she moves, correct?
The way you said it is a little weird.
Okay, correct me.
So yeah, triangulation, we can see it from different cameras, so we know where say her head is at that point in time.
All right. And you were able to construct a video, correct?
Correct.
So that means she's moving all those known standards, the X's you had on inside and outside in your presentation. Those are known points, right?
Correct.
Okay, so as she moves to each of these known points, as I understand it, that's how you can generate this video.
It's part of it, yes.
Okay. And all that video shows is the science between what we can see of Ms. Perez on body cam as she moves towards those known points, correct?
It shows the point of view from her head.
I understand.
Yeah.
Based on where we can see her, we see her facing Sergeant Flores, and again, you've got body cam that is tracking her to the known points.
Yes, I guess the best way to say it is we reconstructed her motion by using the body-worn camera and photogrammetry, and now we're just viewing it from a different place, which is her head.
All right, and that is my point. So all this is just math.
Yes,
A presentation of math.
yes.
You don't have anything to question her intent or her motive. You don't know any of that, do you?
I do not.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, we've already looked at State's Exhibit 198 for identification. I'm also showing you States 199 through 210 for identification. The States 199 through 210 fairly and accurately capture the distance and the measurements that your presentation includes for the second volley, shots 7 through 16, as you have previously presented it on direct exam
I'll take a
to
look.
the jury, please.
It was all these?
Yes, sir.
I believe so. Appears to be.
And much as your presentation, do you believe States 198 through 2010 would help the jury understand the evidence?
Objection, 2010, I don't think we're up there.
Would it assist the trier of fact to help understand your testimony?
Judge, I have no objection to states 198 through 210, and currently I would offer defense 126 at this time. Under optional completeness, the entirety of the presentation, don't just give the jury one piece of the pie, give them the whole pie.
No objection, Judge.
All right, it's admitted.
Defense what?
126.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. We pass the witness.
Nothing further for Mr. Villalobos. May he step down, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Although just a logistical request, Mr. Villalobos has to, I'm going to say this very delicately, Doctor, he has to work the technology for Dr. Martinelli on the laptop. So can we find him a position, maybe somewhere in the well, so he can work the laptop while Dr. Martinelli calls on certain frames and things from the part?
Yeah, he's your expert. You can put him wherever you want.
Sure. Thank you. And we would next call Dr. Ron Martinelli.
I'm sure. Thank you so much.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you may need to adjust the microphone and make sure everybody can hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ron, R-O-N, Martinelli, M-A-R-T-I-N-E-L-L-I, like the apple juice.
Doctor, how are you presently employed?
I'm a forensic criminologist, law enforcement practices expert, and a premises liability and security expert.
If you could detail for the members of the jury, I guess let's start with experience. When does your experience begin in law enforcement?
In 1975, I had my first law enforcement assignment. I'm originally from California, so all of my law enforcement experience comes from California. And the first assignment with the Redwood City Police Department, medium-sized agency. I retired from the San Jose Police Department, which is a very large agency. And then I spent, just a little bit under 3 years with the Morro, M-O-R-R-O, Bay Police Department on the Central Coast of California.
Could you just detail for the members of the jury over the course of your law enforcement career the types of divisions or assignments you had?
Yes, I began in uniform patrol, and then after a couple of years, I went up to the Bureau of Investigations as a detective in the BOI. Have to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the microphone's working.
Oh. We good? In BOI, I handled crimes against persons, crimes against property. Started out in the juvenile unit with child abuse and neglect. I was the department's first gang investigator, so I handled anything that was involving juveniles, including street gang homicides and juvenile homicides. I worked fraud, I worked computer crime, came back down after a rotation, worked in patrol, in tactical patrol, which is a very proactive patrol, basically looking for bad guys. And I had an undercover assignment for 3.5 years in the street crimes unit, where I was a robbery decoy, also a prostitution decoy. As a robbery decoy, my job 4 days a week and working with a five-person team was to basically get robbed 10 to 15 times a night or a week. And then cycled out of that, became a field training officer. Then I became a field training supervisor, coordinated our national model field training program for the San Jose Police Department. Actually, I was one of 3 coordinators, taught at the San Jose Police Academy and also in our regional law enforcement academy. So I've had a variety of interesting assignments.
Do you have any high-risk entry experience?
Yes, quite a bit. I've made probably over 100 high-risk entries, and I've also taught SWAT teams on high-risk entries.
Could you summarize for the members of the jury next your educational background?
Sure. This all happened, the first part of it happened before I was a police officer. So I started out at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo, and in physical education with my major in exercise physiology and pre-medical studies. Then later, once I was a police officer, I picked up a couple of master's degrees in public and justice administration. Later on, I picked up a doctorate degree in criminology with emphasis in forensic psychology. I have about 1,600 hours of medical training and certified as a medical investigator at the physician's level, but non-diagnostic because I'm a PhD, not an MD or a PsyD.
Have you ever held any teaching or instructor assignments?
Yes, I started out actually before I was a cop, I was a high school teacher. And then once I became a police officer, I taught, like I said, at the academy. Then I also was an instructor at De Anza College, teaching pre-service studies, which is administration of justice and corrections. And then I became a professor, and I've been an adjunct professor at several universities, California State Polytechnic University, where I taught advanced criminology, Argosy University, where I taught forensic psychology, and National University, where I taught in the master's program in forensic science. And there's been a few other collateral assignments. I'm also a visiting instructor at the University of California Davis School of Law, where I teach seminars once a year on laws of arrest, search and seizure, the use of force, and deadly force in a law enforcement environment.
Thank you, Doctor. And could you summarize for the members of the jury your experience as a police instructor with both the police and the military?
Sure. Like I said, I think I've been involved in instruction of law enforcement and military personnel for about 46 years now. I know I look much younger, but anyway, so my pre-service, well, it's all in service. So let's talk about laws of arrest and search and seizure, criminal procedures, criminal investigations, aspects of forensics, and behavioral science, where I taught criminal psychological profiling of serial killers and sexual predators. I had an adjunct assignment as a visiting instructor at Naval Special Warfare on the West Coast, teams 1, 3, and 5, where I was a hand-to-hand combat instructor and taught SEALs. I taught the instructor SEAL school in hand-to-hand combat as a visiting instructor. I've probably, over the years, conservatively, probably taught well over 80,000 peace officers, criminal justice people, and military personnel from all branches of the services. And I've taught over 350 agencies nationally and internationally, and have consulted with a variety of agencies. And I'm Italian, so I have done a little bit of consulting with the Carabinieri, which are the Italian National Police.
Do you hold any professional licenses or certifications?
Yes, I hold about 30. So we talked about the medical certification. I'm also board certified in forensic trauma, which is emotional and psychological trauma, National Center of Crisis Management, and the American Academy of Experts in Traumatic Stress. I hold instructor certificates and master instructor certificates in every component in this particular case, laws of arrest, search and seizure, de-escalation, all the less lethal weaponry, meaning the electronic weaponry, the taser, impact weapons, less lethal shotgun. I'm also a firearms instructor for rifle, pistol, and shotgun.
Can I jump in there?
Sure.
Some of the things you mentioned, arrest, search and seizure, de-escalation, the human factors, have you written, are you published in any of these areas?
In all of these areas. So I literally wrote the book on de-escalation and tasers and firearms. I probably have published about 35 different manuals in all areas that we've talked about, and quite a few more. Wrote 5 books on street gangs and street gang investigations. and I've written, tons of articles. We had Lieutenant Machak come over and talk to you about the Tooler drill. I literally wrote the article on that, and we're going to talk about some psychophysiology today. We're going to talk about something called the ODA loop. I have a recent article in Police Chief Magazine discussing the ODA loop, and Police Chief Magazine is probably the preeminent law enforcement journal in the United States.
Have you been accepted in court as an expert before?
Yes, many times.
Okay. Would it be over the same subject matter the members of the jury are considering here today?
Yes, and most of the time I live in federal court, so qualified in all of these areas and many more areas in federal court, and also here in the state of Texas and in a number of other jurisdictions in the United States, because myself and my firm have a national presence throughout the country.
And when you do testify, are you able to tell the members of the jury between these two tables here is what I'm gesturing to in my left hand, do you have a percentage or a split for which side you testify for?
Well, I testify in all areas, so doing what a forensic criminologist does, we testify in both criminal and civil courts, and so I've testified in criminal court for the prosecution and the defense, and in civil court for plaintiffs in civil rights cases, and also defending agencies and officers. My last homicide testimony in an officer-involved shooting was for the prosecution at the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, where I testified against a deputy in an officer-involved shooting who was subsequently convicted of that crime, and I think I did that in August.
Okay. Have you ever testified against officers from the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, on 2 prior occasions. I had a case called, and these were both in federal court, by the way. They were civil rights violations and excessive force cases. One case was called Castro versus the city of San Antonio, and the other one was called Carlos versus the city of San Antonio. And I was the prevailing expert in both of those cases, where plaintiffs found against the city and the officers involved in those cases.
And in the present case, have you been retained to review the evidence and render some expert opinions?
In this particular case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who were you retained by?
I was actually retained. We start out with criminal defense attorneys that are subcontracted by CLEAT, and I think we've already talked about what CLEAT is basically a legal defense consortium for officers in the state of Texas, and so I believe I was contacted by the LaHood law firm, and then approval was given by CLEAT, and I've worked a number of officer-involved shootings on behalf of CLEAT.
And what specifically, Doctor, were you asked to review in this case?
What we call the murder book are all of the discovery evidence involved in this case that you've been hearing over the last 4 weeks. So I've reviewed the police reports, the initial diagram, the transcripts, a little bit of the grand jury, of course, all the BWC or body-worn camera, all the recorded media evidence in this case, and everything that the other witnesses have discussed.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what fact pattern reconciliation is?
Sure. And as an investigator, you have detectives, and detectives have testified. I'm a forensic investigator, so I'm a guy that used to be a detective, but now I'm a forensic investigator. So in other words, I look at the fact pattern in terms of what we can support or not support through the use of applied science. So when counsel is talking about fact pattern reconciliation, it's good to understand that every critical incident such as this is comprised of 5 separate components: information, circumstances, statements, facts, and forensic evidence. So there's 5 of them. The job of the investigator, like detectives, is to take a look at all of that information. You've heard the term totality of circumstances, and to determine what tends to support or not support the statements or the representations of the involved parties in the case. In this case, police officers and detectives that investigated this case. So I don't make credibility determinations. That's your job. My job is to take a look at all of the evidence involved in the case and compare and contrast it with science, with a scientific methodology that is the standard in my career path, and use other scientists and other experts to help determine findings and opinions to a reasonable degree of professional reliability.
In reaching the conclusions you have in this case, did you rely upon and use 3D photogrammetry in your analysis?
Yes, as Mr. Lelaglu has already testified to, this is a very important scientific standard in the field of forensic investigation, analysis, and fact pattern reconciliation.
And is that the standard in your industry used amongst experts, that you would use and rely upon that as a critical component of your fact pattern reconciliation?
Yes, when we find in taking a look at the fact pattern of the case, if we determine that certain types of information that could be accurized would be important and even critical for rendering determinations, such as measurements, speeds, time, and also the enhancement of recorded media, then that is the standard that we use throughout the nation and even internationally.
Before we start referring to the exhibits and getting into our discussion, can you explain to the members of the jury confirmation and implicit bias in their respects, or how they affect the case investigation?
Sure, and I've written about these two things in regards to criminal investigations and analysis. So a confirmation bias would be someone that looks at something, has a preconceived notion, whether it's correct or not, and then they insert that bias into their investigation and their findings and opinions. Implicit bias is something that is more of a subconscious bias that the investigator may not even be aware of, but they are introducing that implicit bias into their investigation to sort of mold the investigation using confirmation bias and implicit bias to mold that investigation in a way that they believe the desired outcome should be, regardless of what the facts and evidence may show.
And in the present case, did you review Detective Soto's investigation and testimony?
I did.
And do you have an expert opinion as to if either of these implicit or confirmation biases were present as exhibited by Detective Soto?
Yes, I found that both were profuse throughout the investigation.
Okay, Doctor, I guess what I'm going to transition to next is the stimulus.
Do you mind if I look over this way so I can look at my screen?
To be, just get directly to the point, do you have an opinion on whether the force Melissa Perez was using with her hammer, was it lawful or unlawful force?
It was unlawful.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on whether Melissa Perez, with her hammer, presented an actual threat of unlawful force capable of serious bodily injury?
Yes, I would actually go beyond that. It was not only an actual factual threat, but it was an imminent threat. And there's a difference between a potential threat and an imminent threat.
Okay. Same question, but presenting an actual or imminent threat for serious bodily injury or death.
That's correct. Because the hammer, even though it's a tool, it's an instrument, we would refer to it as a bludgeon capable of causing serious bodily injury or death if it was inflicted upon another person.
And so, when faced with that stimulus, okay, I want to go into the science here for the jury. When faced with that stimulus, I want to talk about psychophysiology and start with what happens to the human body when faced with an actual and imminent threat.
Sure. This is fun stuff. All right. So the body always wants to protect itself. And so when faced with what we refer to as an acute life threat, the body instantaneously, from the brain throughout the body, brain gives a trigger mechanism and dumps what we refer to as survival chemicals into it. So that's completely involuntary. You don't have any control of the dump. And what is being dumped in these survival chemicals are stimulants such as adrenaline, right, epinephrine, right, and then pain blockers, which are referred to as endorphins or dopamine. And dopamine is a euphoric pain blocker. Also, the brain signals the adrenal glands, and it dumps something that you probably see sometimes on TV commercials called cortisol. All right, and that's the sympathetic part of the body, the way it works. And what it does is it prepares the body for combat. It prepares it to address the threat, and then there's a sequence that happens once the body begins to address the threat.
Okay. Applying that science to what we see, what is this? Frame 1471, which would be 20211 from the body-worn camera, as I'm sure the jury has memorized at this point. Do you have an opinion as to whether Sergeant Flores would be experiencing these physiological effects at that moment in time?
Yes, as soon as an individual would have observed and experienced the threat, police officer or not, we're all going to act kind of the same way, except police officers have specialized training, of course. And the brain is immediately going to engage that process of survival chemicals going into the body and preparing the body to address this threat in one way or another. And so the other things, and I think it's already been touched on here, is that when these chemicals are inside your body, it impacts you both psychologically and physiologically. And so we talked about, for instance, tunnel vision. And so normally, a human being in a relaxed state can sense movement going out to about 180 degrees. Sense it, not necessarily see it and focus on it, but they can sense it. But once the pressure and by the way, when the stimulant goes into your body, it raises what we refer to as your basal, B-A-S-A-L, metabolic rate. And that's measured by respiration, blood pressure, and heart rate. And so all of that is elevated, instantaneously elevated. And when your body becomes pressurized, not only your blood but your fluids, it affects your vision. And so, for instance, you refer to it as tunnel vision. The medical term is perceptual narrowing. But what happens is we go from 180 degrees all the way down to about 10 degrees. So you've got the center 5 degrees to one side and 5 degrees to the other, so you can lose up to 170 degrees of your vision. And we refer to it as an island of vision surrounded by a sea of blindness. So that's the tunnel vision. And for an officer in the sympathetic phase, they are going to immediately concentrate on the threat, which is the weapon to them. Actually, the whole person constitutes the threat, but they tend to often look at that weapon, a knife, a hammer, a gun, whatever. The next thing that will happen, and this has also been mentioned, is they will experience auditory occlusion, which is a diminished hearing, or auditory exclusion, which is a complete loss of hearing. So things like an officer may be yelling at you, watch out, or, he's got a gun, or whatever, you may not hear that whatsoever. And so those are two of the things that happen. Another thing that can happen is something referred to as vasoconstriction, vessel constriction. And so, again, the body's trying to prepare itself for shock and trauma, and so we're kind of prehistoric in a way. And what it does is it pulls the blood and fluid more towards the center of the body, right? So the center yoke of the brain and the center of the body, and your blood and fluid start leaving your extremities and going to the center. But what happens with vasoconstriction is it makes it very difficult to hang on to things. So like hang on to a gun, or hang on to a canister of pepper spray, or a baton or something like that. You can fumble around. You can have problems exchanging magazines or dropping magazines or doing some of the tactical things that police officers are trained all the time. So while all of that stuff's going on, then the body has to go through the decision-making process.
Okay, I don't like to spoil the surprises we have coming up, so I don't want to go into that. I just want to ask you, at this point right here, Sergeant Flores, were you able to do a scientific data analysis comparing Sergeant Flores' behaviors with observable, measurable behaviors in that process you just referred to? And let's just name it the ODA loop.
Yes. So thanks to Mr. Lalaglu, our photogrammetrist and our audio videologist, we were able to synchronize and isolate and count frames and do time studies and distance relationships. Council has mentioned an acronym referred to as the ODA loop, O-O-D-A. And what it stands for is observe, orient, decide, and act. And those are the four components of response to a life threat stimulus.
Okay, Doctor. So our acronym ODA, observe, orient, decide, and act. Can you tell us, is this a common term, a scientifically accepted term, principle in your industry?
Sure. The term ODA loop was actually developed by an Air Force fighter pilot back in the late 70s by the name of John Boyd. From his training in Vietnam and fighter experience, Major Boyd came up with a way to train fighter pilots so they could be successful in combat. Now, in medicine and psychophysiology, we refer to this as action, reaction, perception, lag time. But for law enforcement and military, they like to use acronyms, and ODA loop sounds kind of cool, and so we use that term ODA loop, which really helps the officers in their training to get it a lot quicker. And so there are 4 separate components that the human being goes through when they have a stimulus of a life threat. And the first thing is observe. And observe means experiencing the threat. So they have to maybe see it, hear it, feel it, sense it, and so that's the observation thing. The next section is orientation. So, just like you, if you were outside and you heard gunshots, but you couldn't see anybody shooting, but you heard gunshots, probably what's going to go in your mind is you're going to kind of double check what you heard. You're going to check in with yourself. Is that a firecracker? Is that a car, with a bad muffler? Or is that an actual gunshot? That is referred to as the orientation phase. So in the case of an officer, and in these officers, they are seeing what they perceive to be an acute life threat, a person with a hammer, and they're going to observe that, and then they are going to orientate towards whether that's a potential, whether it's no threat at all. Am I really seeing what I'm seeing? Or is it a potential threat or an imminent threat? And that's the orientation phase. And it takes a certain amount of time to go through that, and there are many, many, many vetted, peer-reviewed studies. I've done research and I've written on this topic myself, and we have an average time in our research on how long it takes someone to go through the observation to orientation phase.
Okay, and doctor, what is that scientifically accepted average for observe and orient during the experience of that threat?
And it's been mentioned by Lieutenant Machaca too. It's about 0.56 seconds, so just a tad over a half a second.
Now, during observe and orient, we have our scientific average of 0.56 seconds, half a second. How is the orientation phase affected with, say, a moving target?
That's a great question. So we go back to vision, and remember we talked about the tunnel vision, right? Perceptual narrowing. But also what happens is because the officer has to concentrate on what they're seeing, and if that threat is moving, then we go through something called saccades. And saccades are rapid eye movements, so that the eye is like bouncing in and out and back and forth and trying to capture accurately that threat. And that can actually slightly retard the orientation phase. And it can retard it by up to, on average, about 0.2 of a second.
So that would be 0.20 more that we would be adding to the
Correct.
scientific average.
Correct.
Okay.
Judge, let's go ahead and take a quick break.
All right for the jury? may be seated.
Welcome back, members of the jury.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so going back to our OODA loop, Doctor, we're still in observe and orient. You've explained to the jury that the subject experiences a threat, determines that if it's real or not, and perceiving that stimulus. That, and part of that computation sometimes can be what's called a goal-oriented assailant. Can you explain what a goal-oriented assailant is to the members of the jury?
Sure. So, the term goal-oriented assailant refers to a particular type of behavior, of repetitive behavior. And so a person has a goal, if hypothetically a person has a goal to do something, in this case to injure officers, and they have a weapon in order to do that, so they've weaponized, and so now they will attempt to attack the officers. And of course, looking through the BWC videos, you see evidence of that. But it isn't just a singular attack. So it is, there are multiple attacks on officers using two weapons, right? So remember the votive candle, which weighs several pounds if it hits you, and I think there's been testimony. It could, especially in the head, it could cause serious bodily injury, or might even be worse than that. And so then we had Miss Perez running towards the window and throwing that votive candle, which struck Officer Salinas. So that is an attack. But there were more than one attack at the window. So remember, there was also a hammer attack. And then there was another attack with the hammer. And on that occasion, Officer Alejandro had fired his weapon, causing Ms. Perez to retreat, but then coming back. It is the coming back that demonstrates factually, behaviorally. You don't have to have a PSYD, you don't have to be diagnostic. All you have to do is look at behavior and see that this woman was goal-oriented in attacking the officers.
Thank you, Doctor. And so, just to sort of close our first box here on observe and orient, if we relate it to, say, Sergeant Flores' position, do you have an opinion as to whether he had line of sight to the goal-oriented assailant during observe and orient?
Yes, and we can see it if we were to play that video clip. We can absolutely see not only Flores, but we can see Alejandro going through this. We can see Villalobos all going through the OODA loop. And we will eventually take it frame by frame by frame so I can demonstrate behaviorally for you how the officers are physically, psychologically, and physically processing and responding to the acute threat, life threat.
Okay. So, can we move next to the D for decide?
Sure.
Right. Please.
Human beings are different than animals, okay? Animals, so when we go through the observation and orientation, then there is a decision-making component that takes place. So an animal, when threatened or is aggressive, it only has two options: fight or flee, right? Fight or flee. But human beings, we're a little bit more complex animals, and so we have 5 options that we go through. And so we may not do all of them, but most of us, and especially police officers, will do the first 2. So let me tell you what they are. So number 1 is defend against the threat. Okay? So defend, or you can just say fight. The second one would be create distance from the threat, or flee, or disengage. The third one is called posturing. And for a police officer, posturing is like you see all the time on television, whether it's in a movie or you're actually watching a documentary of police officers, and they may point, they may yell, they may give a command, drop the gun, drop the knife, get on the ground. and they will also maybe display force in some manner, and that's called posturing. The fourth one is referred to as hypervigilance, and hypervigilance is generally seen as either panic, confusion, or freezing. And then the last one is submission or surrender. Okay, so fight, flee, posture, hypervigilance, or surrender. In this particular case, we only saw one or a combination of two. Now, police officers are trained in their officer safety tactics and also in firearms that you don't really want to do more than a couple of options, because there is a law referred to as Hick's Law, named after the guy that made up that theory, and it basically tells the officers and military people that if each time you add something more, it increases that response time by 50%, and so you never want to do that. So
Something like paralysis by analysis?
Yeah, pretty much like that, exactly.
Is there a scientific, industry accepted standard scientific average for the decide phase?
Yes, all of the vetted studies, including ones that I've done and written about, is anywhere from 0.55 to 0.58 seconds. So again, we're just a little bit over a half a second going into our decision phase.
Is there an upper limit to the decide phase?
Sure, the upper limit can take longer if the officer is processing more than one thing. There might be a distraction, could be another person. The person moves from being unarmed to armed. Also, the environment that you're in has a lot to do with it. A daytime attack versus a nighttime attack, where your vision is limited from a lack of ambient light. Noises, confusion, chaos, all of those things are being processed and can make that decision take longer. And another thing would be if the officer is going through a weapons transition, and so they have a holstered firearm. So remember, we mentioned the Tueller drill, named after Lieutenant Dennis Tueller. And when he did his research, the officers all had their handguns in holsters. So everything was from a holstered position. Now, police officers have different holsters that they wear. And in the San Antonio Police Department, it's called a threat level 3 holster. So the easiest one, which is a friction holster, is threat level 1. Threat level 2 would be a holster that had one retaining device on it. Usually it's a button or something that you can push, or a strap, and they have to remove that. But threat level 3 means that the officer, can I stand, Your Honor, for a second? Thank you. I'm just take my jacket off for a second. So if we had a threat level 3 holster, that means that the officer, and by the way, the reason that they have threat level 3 holsters, it's the safest one, because people will try to disarm us and kill us with our own weapons. And so for the threat level 3 holster, the officer has to unsnap, he has to remove that retention strap, then he has to rock it back, rock it forward, and come up. And that takes time, right? As opposed to an officer that would be in the low ready position, it's referred to as the low ready position, coming up on target. So that all takes time.
Doctor, I've been reviewing your previous studies, your research and articles. I guess the one thing I'm still after is in the D for decide phase, the bottom part of the average, 0.55 to 0.58, what is the upper part of the average?
You can, and there's even a little bit more recent studies out of the University of Texas with the Dallas Police Department. The upper range could be anywhere from, .31 to longer. Okay, and you could get up actually to a second or over a second.
Up to 1 second.
Up to 1 second.
That's my question.
Yes.
Okay. So, moving to inside of our decide phase, did you perform a factual and scientific analysis of Sergeant Flores' behaviors during the decide phase?
Yes.
Do you have an expert opinion for the members of the jury which of the 5 decide behaviors he exhibited based on the evidence?
Yes, he did 2. He disengaged, attempted to disengage from the threat, and then decided to engage, which means fire upon Ms. Perez.
Okay. Disengage, can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by that?
Sure. Create distance. In this case, back up. So when you've been watching the videos, and I know we'll play our video, you see, and I'm going to stand here if it's all right, Ron? Thank you, sir. You see that he is in, initially in, I believe, the low ready position, and then when he makes his decision, he rises up, and there is a difference between, and you'll see this with Alejandro too, there is a difference between pointing a gun and aiming a gun, right? Pointing and aiming, they're 2 different things. So with Sergeant Flores, he's pointing in the direction while he's going through the observe, orient, and he makes a decision. But when the decision is made, he does 2 things simultaneously. He attempts to create distance, and he gets caught in the corner. He can't go back any farther, and the decision is made to engage. I can't go any farther. I'm literally cornered by my assailant, and I'm going to have to engage the assailant. So you can actually see him step back, go from the low ready and up, and you will actually see him look over his front and rear sides to take aim on his target.
Can you juxtapose that disengage or that defend decision with an aggressive decision?
Yes, that's not an aggressive decision whatsoever.
Could you describe for the members of the jury what an example of an aggressive decision might be?
Sure. An aggressive decision would be move forward towards the threat, to take the threat on, move forward, get closer to the threat.
Did you see any evidence in your fact pattern reconciliation that any of these 3 men sitting behind me exhibited that aggressive behavior?
No, I didn't see that at all.
Continuing with our application, could you tell us, Doctor, which response choice Sergeant Flores exhibits next?
Well,
after disengage, defend.
Okay, so when we're
after disengage, wouldn't mean to push those 2 together. Disengage, what's the other choice?
right, action, which is to fight. And so when you'll see him, and initially we are indexing the firearm, which means we have a finger going for safety. We have a finger going along the side, right? Because we don't want to put our finger in the trigger until we're ready to shoot. It's one of the cardinal rules of safety. And you will see him engage the trigger, and then you see him, you can't see him depressing the trigger because it's just too small, but you see the result, which is the weapon discharging and the weapon going through the cycle of operation, and you see the recoil of the slide moving back, and you can actually see the ejected round coming off the right port. This is called the port of a gun, where the ejected casings go, and you can actually see the casing eject as the weapon recoils upwards.
Okay. In this trial, Doctor, we've heard a lot about time and distance. Okay, and I know you and I have previously discussed the term compression of time and distance. Could you relate to the members of the jury what and how compressing time and distance, what significance that plays in your analysis?
Sure. Officers are trained in something referred to as the reactionary gap. And it is just a real simple formula that compares distance versus reaction time. So the closer an assailant is to you, the less time you have to react, right? That makes sense, right? The closer. Conversely, the farther away the assailant is to the officer, the more time the officer has to react to some aggressive thing that the suspect does. Now, both people can compress or they can lengthen the distance. In this particular case, if we're talking strictly about Sergeant Flores at this time, you see Ms. Perez engaging and compressing the distance. And automatically, when distance is compressed, time is compressed. And that means the decision-making of the officer who's defending himself also, gets really short time to make a decision. But what he did, as I've demonstrated, is that he still demonstrated attempts to disengage and to create distance between himself and Ms. Perez. But it wasn't working because he literally walked himself back into a corner, and that didn't stop her charge. She kept compressing the whole time.
And then from Officer Villalobos' position on that patio, initially, to the front and to the left of Sergeant Flores, how do those time and distance compression factors, how do they relate to Officer Villalobos' position?
Your Honor, may I stand again?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So, if you remember, in looking at the videos, initially, Officer Villalobos has a taser. So let's just pretend for a second that this is a taser, okay? And he's got, and we call this your dominant hand or your gun hand, whatever one your weapon holster is on, that's your dominant hand. And then you have your support hand, that's the other hand. So in his case, he had his taser in his dominant hand, if you remember. And then when he sees the life threat upon Sergeant Flores, you can see him physically go through the OODA loop, and then what happens is he has to make a decision and transition between less lethal force to lethal force. And so what you will see him doing is you will see him actually bring it up, turn his light is on because he wanted to use the taser, and then all of a sudden you see that white light from the taser turn off. You can see it very vividly. And then you see him transition. So he transitions his taser from his gun hand to his support hand, and now he's got a threat level 3 holster, so now he has to access the weapon. So he's got to go through everything we just talked about to access a threat level 3 holster. And then he brings his gun up, his pistol up in his gun hand, but you see he's actually holding the pistol and the taser together. And when he shoots, he's actually holding both weapons together. Does that make sense? Right? And that all takes time. That's all OODA loop time.
And then, again, same question for Officer Alejandro's position. Time and distance are being compressed for him as well?
Yes.
That's reducing his OODA loop time?
Correct.
I want to talk to you, before we leave the site, I want to talk to you a little bit about research that you've done and articles you've done about success rates of OIS life or death situations between 2 and 10 feet.
Sure.
Okay. Have you done research, and are you familiar with research of a success rate or a percent of success that the officer might have in effectively engaging or striking a moving target between the range of 2 to 10 feet?
Yes, there's been many studies. In Dr. Lewinsky, Lieutenant Machaca talked about going to the Forest Science Institute and graduating from there. I'm also a graduate from Forest Science and LAPD's Force Investigations Division, which is all officer-involved shootings. And so Bill Lewinsky, Dr. Lewinsky, has done studies. There have been a number of studies that have been done, and also the state of Texas commissioned the University of Texas to do an analysis of officer-involved shootings and what was the hit-miss ratio. And so and this is incredible because you watch a lot of TV and you think, they can shoot the gun out of a hand. I heard that in trial. Why didn't you shoot them in the hand? Why don't you shoot the weapon out of their hand? That's not reality. Reality is this is very stressful, and officers have to respond, as we said, and they miss the target. Depending on the study, they miss the target at least. There's 50%, over 50% to 75%. FBI did studies over 3 years. They found that officers miss the target 86% of the time from distances from 2 to 10 feet. And assailants strike officers anywhere from 60 to 68% of the time, given the exact same circumstances and distances.
So effectively, the assailant has a much higher success rate in those exchanges at 2 to 10 feet.
Right, and there's reasons for that.
Moving next to the act phase. Once the officer has observed, he's oriented, he's made a decision that he's going to use force, is there a scientifically accepted average for the time it takes to actually to press the trigger and act in a firearms case?
Yes.
And what is that scientific average?
Anywhere from 0.31 seconds to 0.21 seconds if multiple rounds are being fired. So the first round that goes off, that's the longest pull of the handgun. So it takes a little bit, just a nanosecond more. So the first pull of the handgun, somewhere between 0.31 and 0.33, and then as you're firing multiple rounds, because you've taken tension off the trigger, and so you don't have to pull it back as far, you can get down to about 0.21 seconds.
Just to continue our act phase in a firearms case and depressing the trigger, what is the prevalence of an officer firing only a single round?
Officers are taught not to fire a single round. Officers, and I think the testimony's been in court, but I'll just repeat it, we fire center mass if we can, whatever the center part of the body is presented to us, and we fire until the threat has stopped. And the reason that we're taught to fire until the threat has stopped is because there have been medical studies ever since the FBI. There was a very famous shootout called the Miami shootout back in 1986, where we lost 3 FBI agents in an engagement with 2 heavily armed suspects who were both of the suspects took more than 20 rounds apiece and were still able to successfully engage and kill the officers, the agents. And so we have seen medical studies where people with center mass hits have lived up to 5 minutes and have had been able to lethally engage officers during that period of time. Because there's only 2 ways that you die from gunfire. You have what we call a CNS shot, or a central nervous system shot, which is a shot to the head or the brain. Boom, done. And the second way is referred to as exsanguination, or bleeding out. And so with all the blood in the body, right, it takes time for the body to bleed out. And if you've shot somebody, the chances are pretty good that they can still attack you. And when we're talking about such small distances, like in this particular case, and a lethal weapon, officers are just not going to take that chance and fire one round. They're going to go in accordance with the way that they've been trained.
And so for our last line here, is there a scientifically accepted average for when the officer processes that the threat is no longer a threat and stops firing?
Yes.
And what is that?
About 0.56 seconds, and again, Dr. Lewinsky from Force Science Center is probably the preeminent researcher in that. Myself and my company have also done similar studies, and Dr. Lewinsky's studies are well published.
Is it 0.56? Just if I'm down here, I'm totaling it up. In order for an officer to observe, orient, decide, act, and then assess the threat has stopped, and then stop firing. Down here at the bottom, I hope my handwriting's okay, 1.98 seconds to 2.65 seconds.
That sounds pretty accurate.
Okay. So not a lot of time in an incident like this one where the suspect is compressing time and distance. It comes down to a matter of just moments.
It really does.
All right, so let's talk about that. I want to talk about Officer Alejandro first. Is there a specific video that you want to refer to here for Officer Alejandro?
Yeah, Angelos, why don't we go to the Alejandro video?
Yeah. Doctor, do you want the Alejandro body cam, or do you want the Travis Thompson?
No, I'd like to see the Thompson video because we see over Officer Alejandro. I think it's a little bit better of a shot so we can mark the behavioral cues. Yes.
Okay. So my first question is going to be, using the 3D photogrammetry and your scientific analysis, how much time in the first volley did Officer Alejandro have in his OODA loop to make a legal force decision?
According to everything that we did, 0.67 seconds. So just a little bit over a half a second to make a force decision, a lethal force decision.
So scientifically, going through his OODA loop as he perceives the threat and determines it's real, his choice to act, his decision to act, 0.67 seconds.
Correct. From decision to action phase is 0.67 seconds. It starts at frame 1304, and first shot fired at 1324. That's 20 frames, and that works out mathematically to 0.67 seconds.
Okay. And just for reference for the members of the jury, how long does it take the human eye to blink?
Anywhere from 200 to 300ths of a second. So literally, all these shootings are taking place in a blink, literally in a blink of an eye.
Okay. Moving next, on behalf of Officer Alejandro, to the second volley, what was his delta, or how much time in his OODA loop did Officer Alejandro have to make a legal force decision in the second volley?
Now, on the second volley, it was a third of a second. And the reason that it's a third of a second is that he had already fired his collective knowledge. By the way, let me explain what that means to you. Collective knowledge is the officer's education, training, and experience up and through the moment of an event. So his immediate collective knowledge was that he had already fired on Perez because of the lethal threat that she posed. So he's already up and tracking and going through a much quicker phase of observation orientation. He's already there. He's already oriented. He knows that she possesses, at least the last time he saw her, possessed a lethal weapon, and now she's engaging again. So from orientation to decision, right, that's very quick, and then it's only 0.3 of a second to make to do the action phase, to make the decision, I'm going to shoot, and shoot in 1/3 of a second. Remember, the eye blinks very, very quickly.
And at that moment you're discussing, were you able to determine through 3D photogrammetry and an analysis how far from the door or window Melissa Perez was at the moment that decision was made?
Are we talking about the second volley?
Yes.
To the door, because I believe that's your question, Counselor,
Yes,
right?
sir.
To the door, 8.8 feet, and she's traveling at 6.4 miles an hour, which means that she's covering almost 9.5 feet a second.
You said 9.5 feet per second.
Correct. She's traveling at 9.5 feet per second.
Okay. And the distance, okay.
So she's 8.8 feet to the door.
Okay.
Okay, and she's traveling at 9.4 feet per second.
Okay.
So that's pretty quick.
So then I'd like to move next to Sergeant Flores. Do you want Sergeant Flores?
Yeah, go. I thought you were going to go there. Okay, let's go there. And Counselor, do you want to plot the action? Do you want to plot the decision to action phase on this frame by frame, or how would you like to do this?
What the question I'm going to ask you is how much time in the second volley did Sergeant Flores have in his OODA loop to make his legal force decision?
He had 0.63 seconds to make that decision. 0.63 seconds.
Can you show the jury how you determined that decision-making to action sequence?
Sure. We start at 15:05. This went 19 frames, so let's start at 15:05. Okay, and then let's watch the behavior of Sergeant Flores, okay, the way he's handling his weapon. And so he's yelling something out, and look at the pistol grip that he has. He's got a two-handle pistol grip. Okay, and then let's just advance it slowly. He's coming up, and stop right there for a second. He's still orienting. Okay, he's trying to make a decision. Do I need to aim and shoot? Right now he's pointing. He's not aiming. So let's go up again. Again, and now he's squinting. You see his eyes squint, and he's looking through the, oops, okay, that's pretty cool. I didn't know I could do that. He's squinting, and he's looking and lining up the rear sight. Remember, they showed you what the rear sight was. Here's the rear sight, here's the front sight, and he's up, and he's squinting. I don't squint, but he's squinting, and then you can't really see his finger, but now you'll see the first round once he fires. I think he fires at 15:24.
15:24.
And there's the recoil, and the ejected, this little tiny thing here is an ejected casing.
Okay, at frame 15:24, Could you tell the members of the jury Melissa Perez distance to the door at frame 1524?
Perez's distance to the door is 8.8 feet. She's,
To the door.
I'm sorry. Oh, I think it says to the door, doesn't it? Hang on one second. Yeah, here we go. Page 2. Here we go. I'm sorry. 3.7 feet.
Okay, so
3.7 feet. She's traveling at 4.5 miles per hour, and she is covering 6.5 feet a second at that time.
finally, Doctor, I want to talk to you about Nathaniel Villalobos. The question I'm going to ask you is how much time did Officer Villalobos have in his OODA loop to make his legal force decision?
Well, Officer Villalobos, as we talked about, had to go through a weapons transition, and that took up time. And we marked it at 2.77 seconds.
Okay. Can we show the members of the jury how you determined that decision to action making sequence?
Yes. Well, first of all, we looked at, we started it at frame 1509, and then first round is fired at 1592. That's 83 frames. And I'm not the math major. Mr. Lelaglu is, but we determined that the timing for that to the action sequence was 2.77 seconds.
Okay. And you have accounted for this with the members of the jury, with the primary hand, and transferring the concept I want to ask you about next on behalf of Officer Villalobos is backstop and backdrop at the time he makes a legal force decision. Why is that significant, Doctor?
Officers are taught in their handgun fundamentals classes the cardinal rules of safety, one, meaning know what you're hitting, know where that bullet's going to go, and know what's behind it and to the sides of it. And so what you're going to hit is the backstop. What's going to stop, hopefully stop the bullet, right? And what is behind you is the backdrop.
Did you, upon your review as a firearms expert and in OIS cases, review Officer Villalobos' line of sight and then subsequent shooting actions when it comes to these two concepts, backstop and backdrop?
Correct, I did. And let me just explain one thing to the jury. The way I said backdrop and pointed, it probably didn't give you the right response. It's what's behind the individual that you're shooting, not what's behind you. It's what's behind the individual. Okay. Can you repeat your question, Counselor?
Sure. Well, I want to get your opinion on Officer Villalobos firing with 9mm rounds, 9mm hollow point rounds.
Yes.
When it comes to those concepts of backstop and backdrop as a firearm instructor.
Yes. Well, what I could tell from the ballistics report, let me just get the ballistics report here.
Sure.
And I'm very familiar with the rounds and everything. So the ballistics report indicated that they're firing 9mm Luger plus P rounds, 9mm Luger plus P rounds. And there's a variety of companies that produce the Luger plus P, and the basic velocity of the Luger plus P is somewhere between 1,250 and 1,350 feet per second as far as velocity is concerned. My understanding is they were using Hornady critical duty rounds, which are hollow points and expansive rounds. And I know this round very well. I've actually been to the factory and spoken with Mr. Hornady personally. And that round comes out at about 1,115 to to 1,130 feet per second. A little bit slower moving round, but don't forget it's an expansive round. It's designed specifically, as hollow points are, to strike a target and to expand. All right?
So as it relates to backstop and backdrop, is a round like that, what's going to happen when it reaches couches or TVs or countertops, things like that?
Well, depending on what the surface area that it strikes, once it hits something, we call it a defect. Depending on what that's made out of, right, it could penetrate or not penetrate. Okay, so in other words, if it was metal or something like that, it's probably going to hit and it's going to fragment, and it's going to stay there. If it's drywall, it's probably going to penetrate, but it won't necessarily penetrate all that far. If it's hitting a couch, it may stay in a couch. You saw the television, which was shot by Officer Alejandro. I think he put 4 or 5 rounds into that TV, and I don't believe any of those rounds penetrated through the television. Okay, so depending on what it hits.
Okay. And then finally, Doctor, do you have an expert opinion based on your forensic fact pattern reconciliation as to Officer Alejandro's actions on June 23rd, 2023?
I do.
Okay, and what is that expert opinion?
I believe that Officer Alejandro, based on everything that I've reviewed, had a reasonable belief that Ms. Perez constituted an imminent deadly force threat, or at least one that would cause serious bodily injury, and that lethal intervention was immediately necessary to protect Sergeant Flores.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
We say
Reliability, I'm sorry.
we say reliability.
Same question in your expert opinion based on your forensic fact pattern reconciliation as to Sergeant Flores' actions on June 23rd, 2023.
Yes, I believe very strongly Sergeant Flores had a reasonable belief that Maria Perez, Melissa, I'm sorry, Perez constituted an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death. She was rapidly compressing time and distance, and he attempted to disengage. He had no choice at that time but to engage with lethal force to protect himself, because he believed at that moment that it was immediately necessary for lethal force intervention to save his life.
And then do you have an expert opinion based on your forensic fact pattern reconciliation as to Officer Villalobos' actions on June 23rd?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I believe that based on everything that Officer Villalobos had seen and experienced at that moment when Melissa Perez charged across the room in the direction of Sergeant Flores, and I want to add also that if you watch the videos, Villalobos had an opportunity very briefly to do a sneak and peek around that corner. He could confirm that she was armed. He could confirm that she was charging in the direction of the sergeant, and that he believed at the time that it was immediately necessary to use lethal force to intervene to save the life of Sergeant Flores.
And is that opinion held to a reasonable degree of professional reliability?
It is.
Thank you, Doctor. Judge, we pass the witness.
Judge, we will have questions. I know that you had mentioned, 4:30.
Yeah, we got a little time left.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. video operator back. It's okay, I can start it. We won't do the videos for a while. That's all right. Just save time. Dr. Martinelli, hi. We've met before, and it's good to talk to you right now. I know that you and Mr. Nisbet went through a lot of, a lot of these human factors that are involved, and I kind of like to talk a little bit about what you saw as like the reason that they're on the porch, right? Like, so the reason that Sergeant Flores is coming over, that Officer Villalobos is set where he sat, and really where Officer Alejandro is set where he sat. I think you know from your review of all of this that they were there in an attempt to arrest Ms. Perez, right?
Yes.
And they were trying to arrest Ms. Perez at a time when she did not have a weapon.
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us about that? Like, can you tell us about whether that is a reasonable thing to try to do?
Sure, it is. I think it's already been stated, but it's easier to make an arrest with somebody that's not armed as a person who is armed, and they're waiting for the opportunity for her not to be armed in order to engage an entry plan.
And because it was said, I think maybe Mr. Harris, maybe Mr. Lennon, with one of the witnesses that, why not wait for 5 minutes, or why not wait for 10 minutes, or why not wait for 30 minutes? Do you see an issue with if somebody is at the moment unarmed, what the problem may be if you wait or if you don't try to act at that moment?
Yeah, sure. There's a couple of really important things. We see Ms. Perez with a hammer, but the officers haven't been in that house. They haven't searched that house. They don't know whether she has any other kind of weapons in that house. And also, she's proximate to the kitchen, if you remember. And officers are taught that the two worst places to be for a suspect to be is one in the kitchen and one is in the bedroom, because that's where we normally associate weapons, right? So in the kitchen, there's edge weapons. You know what you keep in your kitchen, and perhaps in a bedroom, that person has a gun, or they have a gun, sequestered some other place in that living room that they don't even know about. So it's better to keep your hands. We always say, watch the hands, watch the hands. And if they see her without a weapon and they've got a rudimentary entry plan, it's probably the best time to do it.
So and would you agree that with everything that you saw, that Sergeant Flores' plan was a non-lethal plan? That was the expectation.
Correct. From everything that I've looked at, all of the videos, the conversations, there was never a plan to employ lethal force.
And as far as Officer Villalobos, one of the things is you talked about, because we could definitely see from what you and Mr. Nisbet was talking about, is that, they're going through, Sergeant Flores is going through his decision making in half a second or 0.6, and I'm not going to be exact with him, but you guys got it exact, and I appreciate it. Officer Alejandro was in like 0.6 and then 0.3, for the second volley after the first happened. And then we talked about the Officer Villalobos, it took longer, but you said one of the reasons, and a good reason that it does, is because he had a taser in his gun hand and he had to transfer it, go through a level 3 threat holster, and then he was basically holding both as he was firing.
Correct.
Right. And so I guess that would explain that he's still going through the same process, but he had a lot more that he needed to do.
Yes.
Okay. But that also suggests, and you would agree, just as far as Sergeant Flores' plan, that they had Villalobos, the reason his taser's in his hand is because they had him going in with a taser, right?
Correct.
They didn't have him going in with his firearm on her. They had him going in with his taser. That was the idea.
Yes, sir.
So would it be fair to say that in Sergeant Flores' plan, Officer Villalobos was designated as a non-lethal, he was designated non-lethal because he's going in with non-lethal force to try to get her under control when she's unarmed?
That's what it looked like to me.
Right, so, of course, who is the person that changed all of that as far as going from unarmed to armed?
It's always going to be, in this type of scenario that we've seen, it's always going to be Ms. Perez that controls the eventual outcome of the encounter between the officers and herself. They make the decision whether they're going to go peacefully or whether they're going to go in a fight, or they're going to go the hard way, as we say.
Right, and I think that that's kind of the, you can hear earlier on in the process, the officers discussing and talking with her and telling her, look, there's a better way without force, without any kind of problems. We're begging you to do that way. You saw that.
Yes.
And so with your training and your experience and all the vast amount of experience that you've had, talk to us about that. Like when you see that as somebody coming in and looking after the fact, when you see that they were doing those things, I guess what's significant about that?
Well, and I thought Lieutenant Machaca did a great job of categorizing and listing all the numerous times, something over 70 times, where they're trying to de-escalate and trying to dialogue with her and communicate with her and convince her and assuage her to let them come in and arrest her peacefully. One of the key things for me as a de-escalation instructor was when one of the officers, I really don't remember which one, he said, well, what if we had a warrant? What if we... Thank you. What if we had a warrant? And she never addressed that. She deflected and redirected that and changed the topic to suit her. To me, when I saw that, I said, that's the end of de-escalation. And there's something in our industry that we refer to as preclusion. And just so that you know the term, preclusion means when there are circumstances or situations or even people that do something that obstruct or prevent or preclude you from using something else. So we all possess, police officers, we all possess techniques, tactics, and weapons. We possess them. But that doesn't mean that the technique, tactic, or weapon is available to us. And the definition of availability is whether we are able to successfully and effectively use that technique, tactic, and weapon, right? You can be the greatest communicator, the best de-escalator in the world, but unless that person who is your audience, the person you're talking to, unless they are going to be cooperative and dialogue back with you in a meaningful way, then you're just precluded from continuing to do that. And so the plan was made, very rudimentary plan, to take her into custody when she was not armed, and they had their backup systems. They had the taser, less lethal, and of course you always back up as we're all trained, and I'm a taser instructor. We're all trained. You never just use a taser against a person with any kind of weapon. You always back that up with lethal force.
Right, and so it's been said, and I know that you may feel like, oh, I'm saying stuff that's been said, but I think it's important that somebody with your extensive training, experience, teaching experience all over the country, testifying all over the country, that you also agree with those things that the experts for the defense and the people who have testified have said before. You agree that they were correct in their thinking, and that matches and corresponds with your thinking.
Yes, to me everything made sense.
And you talked about preclusion, and from reading the file and looking at it that Melissa Perez was at a .187, or some say a .14 or a .18. either way, that's pretty intoxicated.
That's correct.
And so talk to us about how intoxication goes with preclusion.
Sure. So things that will, and I've written about this, things that will create preclusion and your inability to negotiate with an individual and de-escalate them are emotional issues. So it could be a mental health issues, and these officers, from everything I could tell, these 3 officers had no idea that she had any kind of mental health problem. If anything, the officers believed that she was intoxicated, and so the next thing is influence. Are they under the influence of alcohol, drugs, any type of psychotropic or mood or altering medications? That's the next thing. Emotional again, are they angry? Are they enraged? Are they angry or enraged? And are they goal-oriented in their anger or their desire to resist arrest to the point of attacking uniformed officers, which he was well aware of? I mean, when you got 15 officers and they're all wearing uniforms, a reasonable person would know that uniformed officers are attempting to arrest her.
And, just in mentioning that, and as far as angry or enraged, would you say that she qualified?
Yes, I thought she was belligerent, and I thought she was provocative.
And then going back to Officer Salinas and the candle, and you talked about when she threw that candle. One of the things I don't think has been highlighted is do you remember that after she came out of the window with the hammer, that Officer Salinas drew his firearm on her?
Correct.
And it was while he had his firearm drawn on her, and after he had his firearm drawn on her, that she still made an attack out the window with the candle, knowing an officer had drawn down on her.
That's correct, and it's very apparent, and this is non-diagnostic. It's very apparent that she didn't care, because if you remember the dialogue, the recorded dialogue, she said, "Shoot me." Who says that? Right? Who says that to an officer? When an officer is displaying force, and by the way, the display of a taser, the display of a handgun is also a form of de-escalation. So de-escalation isn't only dialogue. De-escalation could be a psychological factor, the officer's presence. There were 15 officers. She didn't care. Then people had pointed a taser. She didn't care. Tase me. And they had pointed a weapon at her. Shoot me. This woman did not care. And so the officers were precluded in all of this non-forceful and also less lethal, forceful intervention.
So as far as somebody who is willing to attack an officer who has drawn his weapon on her, in terms of a goal-oriented attacker, like if an officer is processing a goal-oriented attacker, this person wants to hurt me, does that matter, the fact that she's willing to attack even when I do have my gun drawn on her, even when I have done this? How does that affect like the extent of this person being a goal-oriented attacker?
Well, what it does is it impacts the officer because the officer realizes, because he sees the repeated goal-oriented attacking behavior, that it's not going to matter. But still, knowing these things, the officers acted appropriate. Sergeant Flores, for instance, you could see behaviorally. You don't have to diagnose anything. You can see him behaviorally. He did not want to shoot Miss Perez. He had literally backed himself into a corner and then was forced to make a decision to use lethal force.
And I'd like to talk about, Judge, may I use the well?
Yes.
So we've seen for a long time, and we'll get to the end of it, but we saw that door to the patio, that door opens out.
Yes.
Okay, now, when you're talking about Sergeant Flores and where he was, kind of at the back of the patio, if that door opens out, what does that do to cut off and to cut distance, I guess, between Sergeant Flores in the door opening and if she were to come out of it with a hammer?
Sure, and I think that's a good point that you've raised, because if you remember the juxtapositions of Villalobos and Flores proximate to the door, they weren't up against the door at the time that she charged. Okay? So in order to stop that door from opening, what would you have to do? You'd have to get closer to the person with potentially lethal force. And then you've got glass. And so what would that be like if she breached the door with the hammer and you got those shards of glass in your eyes or hit you in the throat or severed a jugular vein? And I think Lieutenant Machaca, mentioned to you, it only takes a few millimeters of penetration to cause a serious, if not lethal, injury. So both officers, Your Honor, may I stand again?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Both officers were X amount of feet away from the door. If you remember, so I don't knock myself off the stand here, Flores is here and going to move back. What is he expected to do? He's against all training. You expect him to move forward to block the door? That's against all training. And Villalobos is over here. He's not in a position. And by the way, Villalobos is aware that Sergeant Flores has pulled his gun. So in order for Villalobos to move to block the door, he's got to move right into the line of fire of Sergeant Flores. So once the door is breached, and it's important to notice how she charged, and she had the hammer in her right hand, which allows her, if they're left hand, to grab that doorknob and push that door open with the hammer, further compressing Sergeant Flores. So just picture that door. Maybe the door is 33 inches wide, and he's here, and look at the compression that the door would create. How is he possibly to defend himself in a situation like that?
And going right off of what you're saying, because since kind of the beginning of the trial, I want to talk about just that exact phenomenon. As the door's coming open, that also throws off line of sight if you did want to shoot, because now there's a door swinging in your way, and it could serve as a form of cover for her.
Yes.
To get out in, and we know that within half a second she can get out and be swinging that hammer at one of the officers.
Right. And may I mention something?
Sure.
Earlier, I've been at the trial for a few days, and I've also watched it on TV. There was some sort of mention of something called disparity of force, right? So she's presented as being 5 feet tall, right? 5 feet tall. And Flores is like 6'1", and Villalobos is a big guy himself. Let me tell you something. You've got a hammer. You've got a lethal weapon in your hand. It doesn't matter. Height does not matter whatsoever, because you can seriously hurt anybody with a hammer. Okay, I think we would all agree to that.
And the fact that not only does she have one, but she is you heard and you knew that she was a roofer by trade. So she's somebody who actually has a lot of experience using a hammer, swinging a hammer. You would expect strength, I guess, as well with somebody who has done roofing and is in the construction business, right?
Yeah, it was interesting for me to find out that she was a roofer, because the hammer ended up being the weapon of her choice and a weapon that she was most familiar with.
And I think that, I wanted to go back a little bit, because one of the things you talked about is none of these officers have actually been inside yet, right, at the time of the shooting.
That's correct.
They only go inside after the shooting.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so, and you mentioned it because you said she's near a kitchen. We don't know, she's got a gun over here. And did you see in the kitchen, there was like it looks like a bar kind of countertop.
Yes,
and a sink behind it.
I've been inside.
Right. So, to your point, there's nothing to say that she doesn't have a loaded firearm back there behind the sink where they can't see.
That's correct.
And so, and somebody, the prosecution may say, well, wouldn't she use it at the time? Well, she might not, right? And that doesn't mean, the fact that she hasn't used it yet doesn't mean that it's not there.
That's correct.
So, okay, so let's go to, thank you for coming back. Can we go to, I guess it would be, because I kind of want to talk about you talked about Villalobos doing the sneak and peek. So I don't know exactly what that, yep, right there. Perfect. Dr. Martinelli, could we just look at this this video? This was part of the PowerPoint presentation that's, I think, now been entered into evidence as Defense 126. So if we could please, Angel, push play. Okay, so as we see that is that the sneak, kind of the sneak and peek that you're talking about?
That's the sneak and peek.
Right, and so I guess Judge May, you said, well,
Yes.
I guess the reason for that, I guess where that's important for your analysis, if I understood you with Mr. Nisbet correctly, is that it's not just that he's behind a wall and doesn't know what's going on. He has, and we can tell by this, and this is based upon the science and all the cameras and all the points that have been connected together, so we know where his camera was, we know where his head was, and so we know that this is what he did. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what we can see right there is that Officer Villalobos can clearly see that Melissa Perez is coming, she's running, she's gone into her run, and she has a weapon, right?
Correct. That's the observation orientation phase.
Right. And so one of the things that you would agree that he does is he looks, and when he sees that, he tries to get his face back away from that window.
He does.
Now, what does that tell you about the way he was feeling about that threat?
Yeah, so he experiences, the threat again, and we talked about, what do you do? And his decision at that point is to disengage away from that threat, because he knows what the glass would be like if he took those shards of glass, and he certainly knows that a woman is running at him with a potentially lethal force weapon in her hand, and he does not want to close the distance with her. He wants to disengage and create distance consistent with their officer safety training.
And as you also pointed out, I hadn't even thought about it until you said it, also, knowing that his sergeant is behind him and has his gun out, putting your head right there where she could come, not only can expose him to threat from the front, but if Sergeant Flores believes that he needs to stop the threat,
right.
It's not a good situation for him either.
Right. It's like I said, he realized, I don't want to be in the line of sight of Flores in case Flores needs to engage to protect himself.
That's right. And if she hits the door, let's say that she actually got out. She could go out and get towards Flores, but she could also go out and if she immediately turned to her right, she could turn to her right, and he's right there with his head, and that could get broke by the hammer.
No, correct. We shouldn't just look at this. I'm glad you brought that up. We shouldn't just look at this as a potential threat to just Sergeant Flores alone. Think about what it would be like to have this person come out as aggressive as she's already demonstrated, and as goal-oriented as she's already demonstrated. You don't want that person out on a platform like a patio that's only 6 feet wide, and you've got a railing behind you and a wall. Where are you going to go?
Right. And as far as somebody who was in Officer Alejandro's position, he, as a reasonable officer, would you agree that he can recognize the threat to both Officer Villalobos and Sergeant Flores if she gets out of that?
Correct, and that's what I discussed with co-counsel.
And what, because we know she controlled the lock, but because there was one lock inside and that's what it was, so she controls the lock. We also know they believed that it was unlocked. The door was unlocked reasonably. Do you agree with that?
I do. Everything that I saw and what I heard was very consistent with the officer's reasonable belief that the door was unlocked.
So, under their reasonable belief, what was the only thing that they could do to stop her from opening that door and coming out of there with that hammer?
Well, at that point, they experienced the preclusion, right? We already talked about the talking wasn't going to work, the electronic control weapon, the taser wasn't going to work. They weren't going to use a less lethal shotgun. That was out of play. They weren't going to use a body bunker, or a shield. That was out of play. And she's rapidly approaching with the lethal weapon. Again, we go back to their training in Chapter 9 and a reasonable belief that they were being imminently threatened by someone that could inflict serious bodily injury or death, and lethal intervention was immediately necessary for self-protection and the protection of each other.
And in fact, what is the one thing that stopped her from being able to open that door?
Getting shot.
Right. And so, and I think, Angelos, he's pulled up this, so we'll go back to the sneak and peek. This is from Villalobos' point of view, just to kind of see. So basically, we know that that was his position. He was able to see her running, he was able to see her with the hammer, and he was able to see from his position where he ended up, he was able to see that she's not on either side before he shoots.
Correct.
So, I want to talk about the wall. So, were you able to see earlier in your review of the case, were you able to see that Officer Villalobos was able to go put his body inside of her apartment, well, the top half, and unlock the door?
Yes.
And in doing so, you would agree that he was able to see what is on the other side of the wall and what was in that room.
Yes.
And that would be his, I get this wrong all the time, that would be his backdrop.
He was able to see the backdrop.
Right, the backdrop.
Yes.
So when he is firing, what would be behind him?
So the counters would have been behind him, furniture would have been behind him, cabinets above would have been behind him.
And is it reasonable, seeing the backdrop, is it reasonable to know, now that we're at this position, is it reasonable for him to know or to believe that, first, he's aiming for her on center mass so that she would be the backstop to stop the threat?
Correct.
But if he did not hit her, or in this case, she had already been hit and gone down, so none of his bullets impacted her. But is it reasonable that he could believe that the couch and the cabinets and those things would be an appropriate backdrop that would not cause harm to anybody else?
Yeah, first let's just take a look at velocity. Let's talk, just for a second, keep it really simple on ballistics, and just talk about the velocity of the round. The round's coming out about 1115 or 1130 feet per second, but it's a hollow point round, and it's going to penetrate through the wood siding or semi-concrete wood siding. Then it's going to, it may stop right there, or it could go through drywall. Okay, so go through what you see here, this physical thing, and drywall behind it. Okay, it could stop there, or it could go through those two things, dissipate energy, and strike her. And more likely than not, because of the location that he aimed, I think it was the sixth slat proximate to the door locking mechanism, that would be enough to a reasonable officer that's going to stop. The expansive bullet is going to stop there. But even if it went through her, he still had the backdrop of the couch and the counters and the cabinets.
And those would be, obviously you don't, in a normal situation, you don't want to shoot a couch or a cabinet or a counter.
No.
But in a situation like this, that is preferable. That's a preferable backdrop to, having like a room behind there, where you don't know if somebody's sleeping in that bed.
That's correct. And in cases like this that go down really in milliseconds, right? Like in the blink of an eye, you have to make a forced decision. And it's a life-death decision. So it's not only a life-death decision for the person that you're shooting at, but it's a life-death decision to the person that you're protecting. Either protecting yourself or you're protecting someone else. And we are paid to take risks. We are paid to make deadly force decisions in a blink of an eye, and you just have to, calculate the risk factor, risk versus reward factor, and make a decision.
And so, in your expert opinion, as far as we've heard some bit about, shooting through a wall, and the fact that an officer's not ever trained to shoot through some random wall. But as far as from the facts, because the facts of this case are what's important, you would agree?
Oh, absolutely.
And so in the facts of this case, in your opinion, when Officer Villalobos shot, first of all, could he have any way to know that any of the other rounds that had been fired had actually hit her?
No, because he was blinded by the wall.
Right.
Okay, so he could not see how she reacted, whether she got hit, whether she didn't get hit. He's blinded right there.
So the only thing he could see is that he knows where she last was, and he knows that she's not here or here. So is it reasonable for him to assume that she's on the other side of that wall?
Yes, and I think the most important thing in the millisecond that these milliseconds that these shots are fired, she, in Officer Villalobos' mind, she is engaging Sergeant Flores with lethal force. That is very important to keep in mind.
And I don't know if you were able to see my demonstration with that, but had she been, I think you were able to see Glitch, the freeze frame that we kind of had, where earlier with Officer Salinas, you could see her throwing the candle, but you could also see her reach
Yes,
coming out that window.
yes, and I saw your demonstration.
Okay, and so had she been here, that ready to launch an attack, she could come around the window side and actually get around where Officer Villalobos was.
Correct,
Because that's where he is standing, is here, and that she could come around with a hammer, throw it, or strike him with it.
correct.
Or, knowing the door was locked, she could unlock the door and then come out of the door again at Sergeant Flores.
She could have.
Now, we know now that she was not going to be able to because she had been hit and she was down.
Let me go ahead and interrupt there.
Is it done?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to let you go for the day. Come back no later than 10:30 tomorrow. We should have the full day available.
All right, the jury.